And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls from all ages, players known and unknown from all over the world. This is, of course, the PUBG Continental Series 1, Day 2. We're going to be witnessing the best teams in the APAC region. 16 teams, 64 players will be for contention to see who will come out on top as a champion and who will proceed to the global championships. I'm the Hound. Alongside with me, to my right, is going to be Play of the Jay. What's going on, Play of the Jay?
Hey, I'm doing great, and thank you so much for the intro, Nick. You're looking smashing as always, and we are excited here to get started with round number 2 here, or rather day number 2 for the APAC PCS1. So we are thoroughly excited here, ladies and gentlemen. So let's just take a quick look at the schedule that we have in store for all of you. Now, of course, we did have day number 1 last Thursday for APAC, and now it's going to be day 2. Next week, we'll be having more of the same here as we're going to be closing out our 20 rounds featuring the best teams here from Vietnam, Thailand, Oceania, Indonesia, and the Philippines.
Yes, these 5 regions have gotten together to deliver some of the best gameplay that the PUBG esports region has to offer. And we have seen time and time again, the Vietnamese and Thai teams have shown their fangs, but the Aussies as well. The Aussies and the New Zealand teams have shown quite a bit of tenacity as well. But that is not going to discount the teams from Indonesia and the Philippines as well. This is what they will be fighting for. 200,000 is going to be the prize pool of the day, with, of course, plussing aside with the 12.5 of in-game sales. Additional 12.5 of the sales will be distributed equally amongst the participants. So for those of you guys who don't know, that's some quick maths for you guys. There's more money in the pot for each of our players, each of our participants who are being off against one another. So it's all about the crowd funding here in the PUBG Continental Series. So make sure you guys show your support for PUBG Esports as well as the teams by purchasing all of those lovely skins, those PCS1 skins that look really dank and really awesome. Isn't that right, Jay?
They are absolutely amazing, and I would like to get my hands on some of them as well. Of course, in terms of the maps that we're playing, it is going to be on Erangel and Miramar. Day number 2, we're going to be featuring our first 3 rounds on Erangel, and we're going to be following it with Miramar. And of course, we have our standard point system, which chicken dinner is going to get you the 10 points. 1 kill is going to yield 1 point. And I think we've been talking about this for some time over the course of day number 1. This does mean that teams not only have to try and get into the later stages of the game by surviving, but they have to do so by getting great positioning. And that's going to yield better points onto their opponents just by being able to get some of those kills earlier on. But yeah, I think something else to note, we could see here that Q Confirm is going to be the top team here, as currently they are the ones getting a lot of that great positioning.
All right, so about 16 points in total is going to be the difference between Q Confirm from Cerebus Esports. A very good number of placement points as well as kill points is going to be in favor for the side of Q Confirm. However, for Cerebus Esports, they are not too far behind. They do have a good number of kills as well as placement points, but they have to be a little bit more wary of how they position themselves, especially towards the Miramar stages of the game, especially towards the Miramar map and towards the later stages of the game. Fatigue could set in from the side of Cerebus Esports as the day progresses. Golden Cat, Buriram United Esports, Malgi, Divine Fury, as well as Bahamut Gaming make up the top 8 of our total leaderboards. And on the bottom half, it's going to be DIC Gaming, Astra, MSC Terrathon, Gearbox, Daytrade Gaming, Eagle, Sentinel Shooter, Carnage, and the Victim Rise that make up the total of the 16 teams that will be competing against one another. So, Jay, are there any visible indicators from the total leaderboards to see whether, from the leaderboards that shows to you a particular dominant play style that some of these teams are adopting? Because we do see that in terms of some of the placement points and some of the elimination points, there's quite a telling pattern that is starting to prevail itself throughout the day, throughout the series.
Yeah, so I think when we look at how the teams have been performing so far, now I think there hasn't been a predominant play style per se that has been trumping teams over the other in general. These teams are all top of their respective regions. Now, I think what some of the better teams in terms of the overall points are able to achieve is they're able to make smart decision making when it comes to taking engagements, the timing, and maybe also on the rotation aspect, because I think at the end of the day, with this type of format, like what we've been saying, it's going to be about getting a good amount of territory at the right time for a lot of these teams. And some are just a lot more crisp with their timings in terms of getting into those spots that's going to be able to yield them a good number of points into the later stages. So I think that's been what has been separating the cream from the crop. But I think when we look at the top half of the table, these are the teams that are able to get into the top four placings like 2-3 times over the course of the first 5 matches that we've seen. The middle of the pack, which actually, even though it stretches, of course, maybe like over 8 places there, they are actually relatively close in terms of the overall points. And they're doing that by being able to sort of get into the middle of the pack every single game. And they're getting a roughly the same number of kills, So, I mean, that's exactly what's keeping them in the game. But they're going to have to really knock some of these other teams off their high horse, so to speak, if they're going to be able to achieve that. But I think Cerberus, they're going to be a bit different from Q Confirm. Q Confirm is more on the consistent side, but Cerberus, I think that they're the hot and cold team. They can have blowout performances, high fragging games, but I'm not sure if that they're going to be able to continue with that.
Well, I'm looking at some of the kill points that we have accrued over the past day. It is very revealing across those 5 games that we casted yesterday, day before yesterday, that some of these teams actually, like how you say with Q Confirm, there is a level of consistency that they are adopting and they are implementing into their game style. There is a very worrying trend for Cerberus Esports, especially towards that particular gameplay, that particular game towards that Miramar match. I think it was game number 4 or game number 5, where they were one of the first teams to get eliminated. Those kind of mistakes have got to be minimized. You got to mitigate those risks by making sure that you bug out at those times and trying their best to survive towards the later stages of the game. When they make some of these commitments towards fights that does not end up paying them a lot of benefit, it only serves to further the gap between themselves and Q Confirm. Despite the fact that it is only a gap of 16 points, it's still a reasonable amount of points to get back. Q Confirm has got to at least be eliminated very early on in the next few games if Cerberus wants to actually try to catch up, because judging with how the point system is, there is quite a bit of emphasis not only on the placement points but also on the amount of eliminations that the team can score. So I feel that is going to be a very determining factor. I would like to see Cerberus not be so hot and cold. I would like them to pull the trigger a little bit more, with also being very wary of their decision making when it comes to being conservative with their aggression and being a little bit more forceful with some of the plays that they want to make when it comes to committing to some of these mid-game fights where rotational kills are very highly valued, because we do see that a lot of these teams catch each other off when they're rotating from point A to point B, especially towards phases 3 and 4, where the middle of the circle becomes the middle and edges of the circle become very high value for gatekeeping opportunity for some of these teams, Jay.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. And I think those teams which are getting these solid number of kills in the mid game, they are definitely getting their timings right for the rotation phase, because otherwise they wouldn't be putting themselves in the position for those kind of opportunities. Now, we're I wouldn't say that we're putting down Cerberus, but we're definitely highlighting maybe some of the faults that we have noticed in their play. I mean, let's not detract from the fact that they are amazing fraggers. Saki in particular did very well in match day number 1, and especially in their match 3 win. He managed to get 9 kills all by himself in that game, and he wasn't even alive right into the end, So, I mean, that's a testament to their fragging capability, but they need to be able to have a bit more of a tempered or measured approach if they want to try and really yield the highest number of points possible. But Nick, so far looking at we talk a lot about the middle of the pack, but in terms of the underachievers here, now, what do you think that they have to do differently to try and get a bit more solid momentum going here into the later stages of day number 2? And are there any standouts here which you think could be a dark horse for match day number 2?
I think some of the Indonesian teams and the Filipino teams have problems sustaining towards the later stage, to the mid stages of the game, and I feel that a lot of the times they get caught rotating into really hot zones, and I feel that that sometimes can be coming from a little bit of urgency, in the sense that the urgency is not calculated throughout the game, and they don't take into account the amount of heat that comes from so many angles. We saw a lot of times some of the Indonesian teams, some of the Filipino team of Bahamut Gaming, they were caught rotating in the middle of fields and Gatka, where there's just a big expanse of open ground. As we're going to go loading into game, it is going to be Erangel, and it's going to be Milta Power all the way over to Zarki. Southeast to northwest is going to be our flight path. It's going to be very interesting indeed. We do see members of Fury, Miriam, and Divine already dropping off very, very early. And what do you think about this flight path, Jay, considering that it is going to be very, very interesting to see how the first few circles is going to determine the overall logistical pathing of a lot of these teams moving into the later stages of the game?
Well, looking at this flight path, I think it's a little bit different from what we've seen in the first 3 matches of day number 1. So we might be seeing some unique things. For example, we're not going to be seeing who is going to try and contest for Sosnovka Island, but we're actually seeing a lot of teams dropping out pretty late here. So that could play a little bit of a factor. But we already have a few of these urban centers which are being favored by a couple of teams at once, and that could be a little bit of an issue for them. Now, we did talk about, especially when we did watch the practice scrims to start off this whole PCS1, that all these kind of altercations really throws a spanner in the works for both teams, as they can't really get the fight over and done with here. So we do have Astra dropping in here to Severny, where there's also going to be DIC Gaming, and they have to really just be a little bit careful about each other. While at the same time, we're going to be seeing that phase number 1 is revealed itself. It's going to be kind of neutral here. But I think looking at this, which teams, Nick, do you think could potentially get maybe early rotation here to move into some of these pockets of space?
Well, I do see that it is a little bit of Sosnovka Island that is going to be hugged by the circle. But for the most part, I do agree with you. There is a little bit of neutrality with the circle. I think the server population is pretty much spread out. Some of them, I think one of the teams was in the center of the circle, so they will be able to move around uncontested or hold on towards that center position, which I think could benefit them pretty early on. However, it could be detrimental in terms of the aspirations to get a high amount of elimination. So it does really depend on how some of these teams actually progress and move on to the later stages of the game. What I would like to note is the Q Confirm as well as Cerebus Esports. Both of them have quite a number of points that they have gathered across the map, whereas Erangel, there is going to be a slight advantage in terms of point, only by 1 for Cerebus Esports. So there is a little bit of not say favoritism, but there is a little bit of comfort for the side of Cerebus Esports in terms of Erangel being their map of choice. Miramar hasn't been very kind towards members of Cerebus Esports. However, Q Confirm as well have shown that two of their chicken dinners came at Erangel, and it came twice in a row. So it is going to be interesting whether or not. Okay, ooh, wow, that one tap there coming in from Roslet Jr. taking down Carnage's 6-ring. Very nicely done with the barrel here. Trying to take some of these long-range shots, will not be able to get it. And first kill, first blood has been dropped here for the side of for the side of Carnage, losing out one member already so early on.
Yeah, and MSC Therathon getting on the board early, and they're definitely one of those teams in match day number 1 that really didn't live up to the billing that they had as the champions for the Thailand series phase number 2. They are currently the reigning champions. They're made up of 2 former Tokyo Striker players, so they definitely do have the experience to work with there. But ladies and gentlemen, just to let you know as well, there is the PCS1 Pick'em Challenge, which is ongoing. If you buy any of these PCS1 skins in-game in the esports store, you can get a coupon to vote for who you think is going to be winning. And now this code here, you can also grab it up. Make sure you enter it into the in-game menu for event code, and you can be in with a chance to get that coupon. First come, first serve. That circle with a slash through it, that's going to be a 0, just for clarification purposes. So make sure you do try and get in on that action. So remember, you can win 100,000 EP, and you can use that to buy more of these PCS1 skins. So don't let that go by the wayside. Make sure you try and redeem this code ASAP.
Right, we have a limited number of these codes, so it is going to have a cutoff for the amount of people that will be able to redeem. So make it fast, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who are watching at home. Now, see, here's some stats here for the side of Victim Arise, the Indonesian standout here. Very interesting, ranked 15 with a total of 8 points. The kill ranking is at 14, and the kill points of a total of 8. So we do hope to see a little bit more improvement for the side of Victim Rise in terms of not only their kill placements, but as well as their kill points, but also their kill their placement points, which I feel could add a little bit more value towards their aspiration towards getting higher in the overall standings. As we see members of MSC Therathon right now moving across quite a big, vast, open field. Very dangerous indeed, but no shots are going to come towards their area. Has to be careful that they don't get spotted out by members of Carnage. I do believe that there could be a possibility that Carnage may be able to see some of them, but they're pretty far away comparatively. So we'd like to see that actually hold out and see maybe towards phase 2 they might actually meet each other, depending where the circle will flip itself.
Yeah, so MSC Therathon really taking advantage of the flight path compared to phase 1 circle. So Gekka region relatively empty here. Now Maugi Esports here going to continue looting up. They're still going to be a little bit separated here. We're well on our way here to seeing the first zone closing in. But I think Maugi, they're another one of those teams that is kind of on the periphery of getting into the top echelons of the leaderboard table. Now they managed to put in some solid results there, getting those kills there just to pace themselves, but they haven't had too many top placing matches, and it just goes to show that if you manage to get like those mid-game kills that we were talking about earlier on, that's definitely going to boost yourselves up the standings quite substantially, because Maugi, they only managed to get second place in match number 3. So I mean, that's kind of telling. The rest are all like middle of the pack, like 9th place, 8th place, but they managed to get 5-6 kills almost every single game. And oh, now we got some potential issues here. Astra is going to renew their aggression with the likes of DIC Gaming, whether they know it or not here, as we're seeing JJ Leo. He's going to be perched on the outside of the garage right now, and there are going to be 2 members of Astra. He unleashes a few bullets, able to tag him a little bit, but now backup has arrived here, but there's going to be a quick trade. Nico's going to be able to finish him off quickly. Extreme should be okay here, as he's going to already pop the smoke and get his teammate back up before more aggression starts.
And the aggression may start quite hard here, as Lixie takes a little bit of damage here. About 30% of his HP has been taken out, about 40%, excuse me. So we do see now nades coming in from the side of DIC Gaming from 7L1, and it seems that there is going to be revenge that is on the minds of DIC Gaming. JJ Leo being taken out pretty early on. I do like the fact that he did sneak up very, very sneaky to this compound, but Astra was able to get the trade very, very fast coming in from Nikos to actually get that smoke down and immediately go for the revive onto Extreme. We do see 7L1 right now bugging out immediately with the buggy, does not want to be a part of this aggressive fight that members of Astra are looking towards getting towards it. So we do see now Veronica is in a little bit of an interesting spot here, has been mollied and will have to hide up on this piece of furniture that will protect him from the fire, but does not give him much in terms of movement options, which can be a big problem if he is pinned and members of the opposing team actually hold on to some of these hard angles. We do see some of these shots may come towards him as other members of Eagle Sentinel Shooter may actually push on towards him. Some good punches there. Oh, and it's not going to be enough. Treachery Figures takes him down with Veronica being the first casualty for the side of Day Trade Gaming. Very unfortunate for him, but it seems that everything was calculated for the side of Eagle Sentinel Shooter with some beautiful mollies and the ability to pin him down against that corner room.
Yeah, so Eagle Sentinel Shooter really doing it by the numbers there as they're going to methodically clear out the house. Of course, the rest of Day Trade Gaming not actually going to be anywhere close there. They're already well underway with their phase 2 rotations as they have to really try and cut their losses. Not really how they want to start the first match of the day, but it's better than losing your entire squad. And Eagle Sentinel Shooter really not going to take it lightly either. Sending 3 people to go and clear out is so often you can see a case there where you're not able to get the trade with just 2 people being sent there. Long range shots there coming from Haisaki. He was the kill leader yesterday. We'll have to see if he can still maintain his fragging prowess today as he looks to try and bring Cerberus to some means of consistency, as that has seemed to be what is plaguing the current two-time or subsequent phases in terms of the Vietnamese Championship champions. So they're looking to see, can they replicate that performance here at the APAC level?
All right, so we're hoping to see Cerberus actually come online a little bit more. It would actually build up towards a very interesting and competitive overall leaderboard. We do see Zagawan from the side of Cerberus taking down the side of Day Trade Gamers Flash, but we are going to be watching on to MSC Marathon. Jankutov is going to be just moving around near Pochinki, if I'm not mistaken. So it is going to be interesting. I think there was someone inside there. Oh, okay, it was his teammate, so excuse me. It is going to be interesting to see how MSC, the Thai team, which has been touted to be one of the favorites here, actually look to improve their standings in the overall leaderboards. It has been a rather hot and cold kind of performance for MSC Therathon yesterday, but let's hope they too will be able to wake up MSC Therathon and hopefully they will be able to make a splash in the overall leaderboard as we switch over to DIC Gaming's viewpoint, Jay.
Yeah, DIC Gaming, now, they did lose JJ Leo early on, but they did finish yesterday, match day number 1 pretty strong. They managed to get the last chicken dinner of the day, but that's actually what hauled them up there into their current 9th position, and they're just 1 point behind Bamuk Gaming. Bamuk Gaming also started that first day very slowly, and it really took them until the Miramar sections as well for them to turn their game on, and the Filipino squad able to really take some solid points. And even though they won round number 4, I mean, they managed to get even more points just through frags alone in the 5th round. So DIC Gaming, of course, was going to be changing their gears a little bit. Now, we know that they are capable of pulling it out here at APAC level, but again, they're a team that is continuing to build their experience and get a bit more of a measure of consistency as well when competing at this level.
And I totally agree with you. There is a bit of a hard, I mean, consistency is pretty hard to follow. You want to be able to get the highest, I mean, if consistency was a chart, you want to be able to get the highest of highs and lowest of lows. To be able to mitigate those lowest of lows is the most important thing when it comes to consistency, because you can't have a team that performs at, that always gets number 1. I mean, there isn't a fixed way, considering how this game is so dynamic. There is a lot of factors, dynamic factors that changes a lot of this gameplay, a lot of this game planning that could prove rather hard to play around. So adaptability is the name of the game. And when it comes to adaptability, it really is dependent on the overall logistics of every team in total. And with the limited amount of information that you have, sometimes it's very hard for you to see the mistakes that you make when it comes to the overall short-term. The short-term decisions tend to have a little bit more immediate repercussions, whereas the long-term decisions do not show the repercussions until the end of the game. So looking at some of these teams, they are trying their best to actually mitigate some of these these short-term decision-making mistakes by trying to take as very safe pathing as well as safe actions as possible when it comes to the decision making. But long term wise, it could be prove detrimental for some of these teams, mainly because of how sometimes the circle just shifts from one side to the other. And as we see again, the rotational fights have come already. As we see, a lot of these teams are going to be holding on towards some of these compounds. Carnage now already down with one member, and there it goes. Jen will be able to secure one elimination for herself, and Monty will be the casualty for the side of Carnage. Carnage right now, I think, with only 2 members in the opposite compound, awaiting the opportunity to get a refrag onto the side of a Gearbox as well as MSC Terrathon, who might be nearby.
Yeah, so this is unfortunately maybe a little bit more than Team Carnage could have bitten off here, or rather could chew, because it's a big compound and you want to try and protect that with the 3 people that you have, each being in separate buildings. And yeah, that just goes to show the kind of issues that you have. And now with phase number 3 well on its way towards the next area here, we're going to see more problems here. But looking at more rotations here, going to Ham is Joxy is going to get shot out of the car there by Noradra. He's going to pick him off. Kika Mukau follows him suit. And now Ronan, he's going to be able to get one back, but that's going to force the attentions here of Buriram United right back at the Australian player, and he's going to get taken down straight away. Fury is in quite a bit of a pickle here. Insight has to try and navigate away. He's still deep in the blue zone here. You can still tank it for a little bit, but not with a lot of fire coming his way as it is right now. But he's trying to put as much distance as he can from the Thai team, but he's already going to be facing a lot of issues. If he runs into other teams, there is still going to be danger right in front. Not going to be able to escape there, as he's going to get taken out by the exploding car. Konaxi is going to pick another one up here, as the second place team from the Thailand series is going to be getting 4 points early on here.
Well, very interesting indeed, coming in from the side of Miramar United Esports here, looking towards getting their 4 elimination points, as well as eliminating members of Fury Australia down to the count, immediately sending them back to the lobby, which does allow them to actually open an opportunity to overtake members of Fury Australia with the amount of eliminations as well as a placement points. If they're able to score it quite a bit, they will be able to push up. As we do see now, members of Daydream Gaming actually trying their best, but all Konaxi from behind, taking down with a beautiful shot here. I see that Flash right now looking towards getting some of these return shots onto the side of Miramar United. We do see now that Flash is trying to move up, but the numbers may not be in favor of Flash as well as Bushidos because they aren't very close together. We do see some concerns here coming in for the side of Daytrade, as one more member has been taken off on the count, and it's going to be only Puchios that is going to be alive here. We'll be able to take that one member, but no, Daytrade being taken down, but not by who we thought he was. He was taken down by another member, third party from the side of Cerberus Esports. They see the Cerberus were able to take advantage of that chaos that was between Buriram United and Daytrade Gaming. Jay.
Yeah, Zico not going to discriminate there, but that does signal the attentions here for Cerberus. They're moving in, but look at Divine Esports as well. Numsy coming up and also going to be putting one nail in their coffin as well. Gorneo gets taken down as they're still trying to get up all their players. Konaxi is going to get taken down as well. Only one player left remaining here from the Thai team, and looks like they are going to get all wiped out. Subang and Haisaki going ham here. And off screen, and at the same time, Q confirmed taking out DIC Gaming. So, wow, that's quite a quick fire series of events here. Divine and Cerberus definitely looking to take advantage of the surrounding areas, and looks like now they're going to fully engage with one another, while still there's going to be another challenger here to the scene, and Astra has good sight here of the flank from Cerberus.
All right, some very good stuff here from Astra. The people getting those flanks on the side of Cerberus, and this could be a problem here on the side of Cerberus, as members of Astra will be able to take down members of Divine as well as Cerberus. It seems that the 2 Vietnamese team of Cerberus as well as Divine may have a little bit of problems here, as Astra, the New Zealand team, are looking to be the spoiler for the 2 Vietnamese of Hopeful with some really good long-range taps towards them. We do see that Cerberus right now, with 3 members, Hisaki, Zagul, as well as one more surviving member, will be holding on towards whatever resources that they have. As we move over towards another side of the map, we are going to be watching this fight transpire between Gearbox as well as Carnage. Carnage is now not having a very good start, as Monty as well as 6 Train were taken down relatively early. Numbers advantage for the side of Gearbox. Let's see whether or not Carnage will be able to turn around a very bad situation with Rain and B2 just holding on as they hear Jen at the bottom, and they don't want to allow him any opportunity to push up. But Jun right now going to throw some of those nades upwards. Very good stuff here coming in from the side of Gearbox. They know that there is someone upstairs, there is someone on the second floor, so this is going to be a very, very good opportunity for them to just keep pushing up. 2 flashes there coming in, another nade being dropped down, and it is going to be Carnage. Carnage nicely down, gets taken down, but it seems that it is going to be not enough for the side of Carnage, as they are going to be taken down by Gearbox, firing on all cylinders without losing any of their members thus far.
Nice and systematic coming out from them. I'm not sure if they knew too much about how many people were upstairs, whether it was 2 or 3. They only managed to kill 1 early on when they first came to the compound, but now they're stuck all the way here on the southwestern side. The circle shifted all the way up to the northeast, so they got some distance to go. And Q Confirm can potentially gatekeep all of these teams here, including Gearbox. They're trying to open up here onto Eagle Sentinel Shooter. I'm not sure that they're going to start to crash into that compound now, as Gearbox is going to continue to lick their wounds. They did have 2 of their players knocked, so they're going to have to try and reset themselves as quickly as possible. MSC Theathon also is over here on that western side, so we can see a lot of these gatekeeping opportunities starting to arise here, and it's things like this which has driven Q Confirm to the top of the leaderboard. And we saw Astra earlier on being able to gatekeep the 2 Vietnamese teams as well, but now looks like Golden Cat, they're doing that as in the northern side as well. Bamut Gaming moving in from their western side, but Golden Cat not having a very concerted effort here. They need to try and get the line a little bit more sorted. They're only saving grace right now, so that Bamut Gaming is going to be a little bit narrow, and now looks like Gearbox making their move. They're all going for quite the drastic rotation here, and Q Confirm is unloading onto them here. Gem's not quite able to land more shots to get the knock here, but Jun is still taking quite a bit of damage, and look at that long-range fire coming in here, but it's going to be actually MSC Theathon getting in on the action, and they're going to trade off a couple of knocks right here in this middle of the fight.
And it's going to be very interesting indeed here, as we're going to be watching Geek Confirm with 4 members here, looking towards getting some of these shots off, and it seems that MSC Theathon has been eliminated in this game. Very unfortunate here, as we are watching some of these teams actually push out really, really well. Q Confirm with 4 in their pocket as it is. Gems and Jayas being able to score kill credits with a total of 4 members for them. It seems that Q Confirm doing something this game pretty strong here. They get another kill here onto the side of Jun, as he is going to be taken off of the count for the side of Gearbox. Gearbox now with only 2, Jen and Chin being the only ones here trying to get across the flank as the circle closes. Going to be quite a bit of damage, as Jen and Chin will be able to tank it quite a bit, as phase 5 is going to come to a close very quickly and start phase number 6. You do see Eagle Sentinel Shooter now stuck in the middle with you between 4 members of Astra here, but we do see members of Astra having taken down and from behind. Yes, Kedge, looking towards being the sneaky one here, stabbing them in the back, but Nate put himself in a detrimental position due to his lack of foresight. But no, it is going to be Eagle Sentinel Shooter that gets eliminated by Astra. Beautifully done by Astra. However, one big casualty for them, but Nikos will still be able to continue the game, so it isn't that bad for them. But we do see, member Basil right now on the side of that. He doesn't see Extreme, and Extreme takes him down. Kaisaki takes the star with Astras and Nikos with a beautiful name, as we do see Extreme getting that kill on the side of Cess, and we do see and Gearbox is going to be the spoiler here. Another nade goes out. Kaisaki may actually take advantage of the situation. The nade goes a little bit too far off, and due to the topography of the map, it is not going to work for them. Astra now valiantly getting taken down for the count here, as GS right now taking down 1 more kill credit here. Beautifully done, as Gearbox has been eliminated number 7. We got 6 teams, 20 more players in this game, Jay.
And just like that, Gearbox and Astra are out of here, but that is going to still put a bit of a squeeze on the remaining teams here. Haisaki, he's the last surviving team member here from Cerberus. He has to try and hightail it into the zone for now. Maugi Esports and Divine, a little bit of a standoff, but Maugi, they are the ones who have got that 4-man advantage. Q Confirm have managed to maintain that as well on their end, and they're looking really strong here in the first match of the day. They're looking to continue the momentum that they started in the previous match day, but now Maugi, they have spotted out the rotation coming out from Divine, but they are going to be a little bit separated. Levi's still going to be on the low ground trying to give a little bit more cover. But now, Nikki Turtle, they're going to be here on this high ground. They should be able to give a little bit more pressure to Maugi. They are not themselves fully safe yet inside the zone, and it looks as though, like, with these final circles, we're going to be here on top of the hill. Levi's here. Looks like he's going to be left for dead, and he will be done and dusted. I don't think this is any coming back here from that. And now Turtle and Nikki looking to continue to move into a better position. They still got some ways to go, and Q Confirm is on their other flank. So I'm not too sure if they're going to be able to continue getting Divine into later stages. They've been able to keep pace with these teams by getting a certain number of kills, but it's always getting into the mid game, and this is already kind of where we tend to see Divine drop out.
And that's the problem here coming in for them, mainly because that could be a situation that does not play into their consideration, mainly because of Maugi right now holding on to his flag. We do see members of Divine right now may push up against them as members of Victim Rise may take down members of Maugi. We do see it is going to be 5 here with 18. Numbers are in favor of Golden Cat as well as Geek Confirm, and this could be another fight here between two Thai teams. But we do see the members of Divine as well as Maugi may actually push up here. Victim Rise taking some of these shots towards them, and it's going to be Turtle that takes out one of them. Nicely done, as Victim will be able to victimize members of Divine Esports, knocking them down from 5th spot. And it seems that Victim Rise, the Indonesian team, looking towards starting it strong here. Maugi is going to be another casualty here, and look at that, Q Confirm getting sprayed down by the Indonesian team. The Garuda has landed, and they're going to be showing their teeth cutting it close here against other members, but it's not going to be enough, and Maugi is going to be taken down again. 6 total eliminations for members of Victim Rise, one of the highest attempts they have made thus far. Indonesia, what is going on?
They are making significant leaps here, and they're looking to continue that, but they are not inside the zone for now. Golden Cat and QC could really put a dampener onto their progress that they're trying to make here in the first match. But right now, it looks like Svit is back up here for Q Confirm. He's trying to get a little bit more vision. It's going to be the likes of Golden Cat on the low grounds, but they're going to be a little bit more spaced out. Six Stacks thinking for the later stages here. He's grabbing a little bit more of hard cover that's going to be useful. Kamal's having exactly the same thoughts here as he's going to be trying to pave the way a little bit more, but looks like Genfo, is actually going to be a little bit wary of Q Confirm and also Golden Cat. He's using the hill for a little bit of cover, but he's looks like there's still going to be some fire taken here by Six Stack. He's going to go down as the flank starting to close in from the form of Jayers moving around the side, and he's going to be helping contribute that 8 kills that Q Confirm has so far. Currently, they're looking pretty good here, but there's still going to be relatively full teams here on the board to close things out, as we got 3 teams remaining, and things are getting absolutely claustrophobic. But Genfos here still trying to see if he can land the nades here towards the likes of Golden Cat. Golden Cat gonna continue to put that pressure back onto the Indonesian team here, as they're gonna try and use a little bit more utility. Golden Cat here just not facing a lot of good fortune, as all the nades here just gonna continue to roll. But look at the positioning here from Victim Rise. They are gonna actually be in a little bit of a pickle if a nade comes that way. But for the most part, they haven't been spotted out too much. Gems is going to be in the back, and he's actually going to try and see if he can repel the attack all by himself. Tinoy and the rest of Golden Cat, they kind of realize that they need to push this position, and they're actually just trying to put the squeeze on Indonesian, see if they can make sure they have no room to breathe, and they're going to be in with a little bit more of a pickup. But look at all the smokes here. This is really not going to help the likes of Victim Rise. But now Gems is trying to see what he can do as well. Q Confirm, they are looking as solid as a rock here, as he's still trying to make sure that Victim Rise can't even move out from this position.
Right.
And welcome
Sorry
back.
about that. Sorry about that. I think there was a little bit of an audio bug there. So it seems that coming in from the side of Victim Rise here, there is going to be a very interesting issue, as they are going to be trying to fight their best against the other 2 teams here. It is going to be very revealing indeed of whether or not it is going to be Victim Rise from Indonesia or the 2 Thai teams of QC or Golden Cat. Oh my goodness, look at that. Victim Rise showing their fangs indeed, but Kamal's gonna take it up by Gems. Gems shining brighter than the diamond that he goes for his namesake is, but he's not gonna be enough to Noi now from the side of Q Confirm. Lukitsu is getting him down and out as Gems, Jayas, as well as Joman and Svit will be able to fight off. Victim Rise has been taken down, one of the highest spots that they have been able to take down. Q Confirm with 10 kills, and it seems that Q Confirm on a killing spree, not going to hassle themselves with the big win here. 11 kills, and Q Confirm showing why they are one of the top teams on Erangel.
Yeah, and they had an excellent game number one. This looks almost as though we're going to have a repeat of what we saw from match day number one. They did manage to take the first 2 wins that day. Are we going to see them take another win after this one here? Well, they're 50% of the way done, and that is working out well for them. But I kind of feel that Q Confirmed, they waited for the right timing there to get all these flanking shots going there. That was a nice maneuver as Golden Cat was trying to close out that fight with Victim Rise. Victim Rise holding on valiantly right there at the end and putting in a shift, but it wasn't going to be enough for the likes of Golden Cat as, they're just way too exposed. I can't help but feel that their positioning was not very favored into these later stages at all.
And it was definitely very interesting to see how some of these teams were able to do very well to the later stages of the game, mainly because of the rotational value that they put into it. Every step, they knew that every step that they take, it is adding value towards the location that they're going to try to fight for. But considering how Erangel is not as hostile in terms of the verticality, in terms of the dunes, the defilates that is provided compared to Miramar, it is going to be interesting to see whether or not Q Confirm will be able to continue this dominant streak. It is another winner chicken dinner for them. Their first of day number 2, but their third overall, if I'm not mistaken. And let's see whether or not it is going to extend to the next game, because Q Confirm looking towards showing why they're going to be on top, with Cerberus being taken down fairly early on. I think maybe it was the mid stages of the game. It is just going to add a lot more pressure to Cerberus Esports to basically climb up and try to immediately bang into members of Q Confirm, because if they don't actively look out for members of Q Confirm and they allow members of Q Confirm to sustain, it just adds more and more value towards their points as the game progresses, Jay.
I totally agree. And I think, in the likes of Cerberus, if what they do best is be aggressive, take fights, and being able to beat their opponents in that way, then they as you said, they got to look for Q Confirm and make sure they take them out. Because now they're getting lulled into a lot of these mid-game fights, which they start to lose one player here, one player there, and then the next thing you know, the entire squad is wiped out. And the way that this point system works, you kind of need to maintain your members as much as possible, because to be able to try and play that positional game, you need everyone there. And you saw what Q Confirm can actually accomplish with all 4 players standing, and they were very disciplined as they were in the first day, as we saw only maybe the likes of Svit go down, and he was able to be res up straight away, and really not going to be too much of a concern from them. But Golden Cat, I think it's good to see them contesting in the later stages. But yeah, Victim Rise, I think this is probably the confidence booster that they need to really get going here, as the Indonesian squad didn't really have a great day number 1, but certainly looking as though day number 2 is going to be shining a lot brighter for them.
I think it's going to be a bit of an interesting jump here, as we do see Q Confirm, Golden Cat, and Victim Rise are going to be our top 3 with 21 points in total for Q Confirm, 13 points for Golden Cat, and 11 for Victim Rise. Definitely going to help them push themselves up higher and higher in the overall leaderboard. Astra with 10 points at 4th spot, Gearbox with 8, Buriram United with 6, Cerberus with 6, and Divine with 6. So we do see the triple sixes coming in for 6, 7, and 8 spot on our top 8 of the leaderboards here. And for the bottom half of our lower 8 is going to be Maugi, Eagle Sentinel Shooter from Indonesia, MSC Teraton, Bahamut Gaming from Philippines, Carnage from New Zealand, if I'm not mistaken, Daytrade Gaming, DIC Gaming, and Fury from Australia right now having no points whatsoever, whether it's placement or eliminations. Very unfortunate here for positions number 12 to 16. These teams need to basically pull up their socks a little bit here. I do understand that it is the first game. It is the first game of day 2, but they have to actually put the pedal to the metal and be a little bit more aggressive and be a little bit more purposeful with some of their shots, because I feel like some of these teams, they take some of these shots from long range and it only serves to put them in precarious situations because it reveals so much towards the enemy teams. Jay.
That is absolutely right, because I think you need to be able to close out whatever it is that you want to try and accomplish. I mean, of course, if it's like far off and it's a bit of a standoff, yeah, sure, why not take the shots, or it's in rotation, but otherwise, you got to try and make do on your intentions. So yeah, that's something that these teams, they really do need to make a change. And I think, especially with the format that we have here, where we do have a break, traditionally these PUBG tournaments at the APAC level or Southeast Asia level, they're going to be played on consecutive days, and the teams really don't have time to go back and rethink what they want to accomplish. But yeah, that is going to mean that we are here at the end of the first round of the day. We have got 4 more action-packed rounds in store for you, ladies and gentlemen, and we're looking forward to bringing you more action. But before that, we'll be taking a short break before we head into our second round of Erangel for the day. I'm Play the Jay, he's the Hound, and we'll see you in a bit.
안녕하세요.
大家好.
Xin chào tất cả các bạn.
Oi PUBG esports fans.
Hi PUBG esports fans.
4개의 권역의 최강자를 가리는 PUBG esports 대회.
Vòng khu vực APAC.
PUBG Continental Series 1 North America Grand Final.
PCS1 东亚洲际赛.
PUBG Continental Series for Europe.
World Cup June 25th.
6월 26일 개막합니다.
Kommer starta 27 juni.
2 hafta boyunca Perşembe ve Pazar günleri arasında devam edecek bir maç programımız var. Kaçırmayın.
Mark your calendar and stay tuned.
Отметьте даты в своем календаре и будьте готовы.
PCS1 많은 응원과 시청 부탁드려요.
冠军竞赛活动现已回归.
The Pick'em Challenge is back.
コンソールは6月23日からオープンします.
Các bạn có thể tham gia dự đoán đội vô địch trực tiếp ở trong game.
Bạn sẽ nhận được 6 lượt bình chọn khi mua vật phẩm PCS1.
และรายการดูไลฟ์สตรีมสดเนี่ยก็สามารถลุ้นรับแบบทายผลนะครับผม
记得准时收看 PCS1 东亚洲际赛.
PCS1 잊지 말고 시청해주세요.
Так что оставайтесь дома и следите за PCS1.
You can get a maximum of 7 coupons, including 1 free coupon.
If you click the esports tab for our game lobby,
팀 정보와 PCS1 매치별 스탯 그리고 실시간 순위까지 확인하실 수 있습니다.
Äänestä joukkueita, joista tykkäät.
ถ้าเพื่อนๆทายถูกเพื่อนๆก็จะได้รับสกิน PCS สีทองสุดลิมิเต็ด.
Stay home and
Watch PUBG esports.
记得待在家看 PUBG 比赛. Stay home and watch PUBG esports.
Bliv hjemme og se noget dejligt PUBG esport.
Bliv hjemme og se på PUBG esport.
So make sure you stay home og se PUBG esports.
Stay home, stay safe, and let's get that chicken dinner.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the stream. This is the PCS1 APAC Showdown. So we are here, match day number 2, and we're about to start our second round of the day. With me is the awesome Hound, and I'm Play the Jay. And I think looking at the game that we've seen so far, we can see that it's business as usual with Q confirm. But who do you think might be able to bounce back the most here when we enter the second round?
Okay, now looking at it, I don't want to be taking any thing away from the efforts of our team, but it seems that Q Confirm is looking towards extending their gap for their lead. We already see that there is a discrepancy of about maybe 30 points in favor of Q Confirm. So there is quite a bit of pressure that is coming in for the second and third place teams to actually be a little bit more aggressive, not only for the placement points, but also for the higher number of kills. High number of eliminations, excuse me. So I do believe that coming in for the second and third place teams, they have to be very, very wary of how they want to be approaching the second match, mainly because that they want to actually actively find members of Q Confirm. They actively want to look towards getting those strong eliminations, because one thing I feel that Q Confirm does really well is they're able to sustain those early to mid game rotations. I mean, early game has been historically a little bit on the peaceful side for the most part. We do see a few skirmishes, short-term skirmishes that I feel that most of these teams actually fight out, and they normally fight out like how we said early on for day number 1 by laying down the law and holding on towards their home drop points. So the RNG factor here could be the fact that the flight path could actually play around that, and we know for a fact that sometimes some of these teams do not actively drop at the same spot all the time. So there has to be a level of luck, or has to be kind of like a level of understanding of how teams like Q Confirm play, because when you are able to drop onto the spot of Q Confirm and take them down immediately, it actually opens a very big opportunity for a team to actually leapfrog ahead with an opportunity to score some big points or to close the gap between themselves. As we do see here, it is going to be a bit of a bug, if I'm not mistaken. Might be a technical difficulty happening behind the scenes. So Jay, why don't you give us a little bit of your thoughts as to what has been a very interesting past 6 games in total from day 1 and 2, and our first match of day number 2. Were there any stray observations would you like to highlight to our viewers at home that actually piqued your interest?
Well, I think there's nothing that we haven't really discussed at detail so far. So I think, of course, Q Confirm has been the subject of a lot of our discussion so far. Now, I think how we want to try and look at the rest of match day number 2 is how Q Confirm are going to adjust today now that teams have got a little bit more time to go and observe them. Now, the first game of the day, great result for them. I can't deny them that. But they did have a very neutral circle, and it was very neutral all the way in towards the end, and they had that very central positioning. Now, this is going to be the test for them. This circle shifting all the way to this northwestern side is going to already force a lot of these teams here to make some more drastic changes, even though I think the flight path has been a little bit more generous. But I think unfortunately, we're seeing that it's a little bit buggy still, so we apologize for the slight technical difficulties on that front. But I think overall for the rest of the 6 games, besides the likes of Q Confirm, I think it's just more about the play styles of the respective teams. You know, I think everyone wants to be able to show that they are top dog, you know, that they deserve to have that piece of land that they're trying to hold on to or trying to attack, you know. And I think it's them finding the right kind of balance that, you know, we don't have to like go all out to fight this, you know, and making the decision to withdraw as and when is needed.
I totally agree with you on that, Jay. Mainly because of some of these teams do have quite a very aggressive habit of laying down the law, but at the same time, they don't want to be taking some of these fights where they bite off more than they could chew. And I feel that that could be a very interesting dynamic here in terms of the decision making. Do I want to take some of these fights and risk leaving my team with one man down, or do I just convey that information towards my in-game leader and let him make the decision? Because sometimes when it comes to professional level PUBG, I do feel that there can be a clash of ideas that could actually make all these little microseconds of hesitation that could actually put a team behind by quite a bit. Because when it comes to making quick decisions, it's very hard when you're getting some of these shots fired down upon you from mid-range, and you want to be able to make a clear and level-headed decision. It could actually be a very stressful. It can be very stressful on the team, mainly because of the repercussions that come with some of these decisions. And we can see sometimes that as tournaments progress and with teams fighting with so much at stake, some of this high tension and the stress that comes with competition and the stakes involved may cause some communication breakdowns, as we have seen time and time again at all levels of competitive PUBG. And with that being said, mitigation and adaptability, mitigation of the risk and adaptability is the name of the game. But the big question, that big gray area is, I see an enemy and I'm able to take some of these shots. Do I take the shots now, or do I save this, or do I bookmark this piece of information, relay it to my team and save it for the future? Those little battles that you have with yourself in terms of decision making is one of the more interesting aspects of the mind games here coming out for PUBG esports, because we see them process so much information so fast that these decisions that most people take quite a bit of time to make is done in split seconds, and sometimes you don't see the full result until it's a little bit too late, Jay.
Yeah, and I think having this kind of foresight is what really separates the good teams from the great teams, and being able to see what are going to be the repercussions down the line. If I take the shot now, it means that I might have to engage into this battle. I might not be able to get out of it in time. And when am I going to start shooting at them? I might be looking at them for 5 minutes, but it might not be the most opportune of moments. You don't want to get entangled before the next zone reveals itself, because everyone wants to try and generally rotate there if it's a significant shift. So these are all factors that play a part here. And yeah, I think the decision making, we cannot underestimate it. It's always going to be a hallmark of these great teams at this high competitive level. But each team has its own dynamic to it, whether they follow the like a specific IGL rule to really make a lot of the key calls, because if you're, say, on the front line and you're in the middle of a fight, you're not going to necessarily be the best person for relaying that. But again, you could still have teams which do have a bit more decentralized kind of call or shot calling, and we'll have to see which is going to be prevalent. But right now, we are seeing that teams are well and truly on their way here on rotation. Phase number 1 does see all these teams trying to make their way through North George. And I'm surprised we're not seeing any teams wanting to try and do a little bit of bridge camping here, as actually we haven't seen a lot of awkward circles that has given rise to this sort of play thus far, Nick.
And I totally agree with you on that. For day number 1, however, we did see quite a few interesting circles that allowed a little bit of time being played onto the side of Sosnovka Island. We do see that for day number 2, however, this isn't going to be the case yet. We still have one more match of Erangel to cover after this, so that could still be up on the menu for game number 3. However, for match number 2, we didn't see much action here yet. No shots coming out yet from my boy. My boy right now looking to take some of these shots towards Astra, the New Zealand team. New Zealand team looking towards moving off towards a better location, as we are going to be observing here. Astra's Extreme may actually move into a very interesting spot here, because right in front of him is going to be Bahamut Gaming. So this could be an opportunity for Mr. Chan to show himself onto the kill feed here if he's able to pull out some members of Astra. But he's got to be careful, because there is a 4-man vehicle, 4 to 3-man vehicle convoy here, as members of Astra right now have a little bit of urgency in their step here as they're moving. Oh wow, Yukikamuka now taking down Konaxi as he's moving. I was driving off. Very nicely done there, as Inside will be able to take down the elimination credit as he takes a little bit of the blue zone damage. Now let's talk a little bit about blue zone damage and tanking the blue zone here. Early on, I think it could be relatively forgivable, considering that sometimes the shift of the circle may put you way out of the targeted zone that you want to go to. However, what about the utilities that you spend on it, Jay? I mean, it can be very detrimental towards the mid and late stages if you tank too much of that early circle early on.
Yeah, and just before I answer that point, make sure that you redeem this code here, ladies and gentlemen, to get a free coupon for Pick'em Challenge. But the first come, first serve basis rule does apply here. Make sure you redeem it in-game under event code. So yeah, I think when we consider the kind of rotations in the blue zone, I mean, at the end of the day, it comes down to the team's comfortability in terms of making those very late rotations in the first place, and their main area of looting must have enough benefit to offset that kind of damage. So, for example, if you are always going to be dropping in Sosnovka military base, despite the fact that most of the circles will naturally always land on the main island, then you're already going to factor that into your plan. You're going to have more utility, more meds to heal up for the damage that is taken. But I think what is more crucial about it is the team's experience level in dealing with a lot of unknown information. You're not going to know who's going to be in front of you very easily, and all you can do is try and enter the circle from the best place possible. But now looking at who's trying to enter from the circle from the see, in fact, it's going to be Eagle Sentinel Shooter, and it's going to be Venotica here. It's going to be Unleashing, but he doesn't quite have enough backup to try and stall them just yet, but that's definitely not going to stop them. But you can already see that the Indonesian team is already starting to try and make at least get a little bit closer to land here, because they know that if more guns come to bear, they're going to be in with a little bit of trouble.
Well, their initial intention was to go to a Zarki and try to hold on towards the coast and move it slowly and clear it out from the coast, which I think is a very good idea. However, the circle shift had gone towards a north and south of Georgia Pole, and I think this is going to be a very interesting dynamic here. Containers on the side of Georgia Pole has quite a lot of tight angles, as well as a little bit of verticality on top of those particular crates. As we see now, Q confirm a nicely done with those single taps there, trying to take down members of Miramar United as they are driving by. One member down for the count here. Q confirm now, taking some of the shots with his AK, not being able to land, tries to go for some of these long range shots, will not be able to hit any. We still see 4 members on the side of Q confirm, as well as 4 members on the side of Cerebus Esports, as they are going to be holding the top 2 spots. Golden Cat as well at 3rd spot will be holding on to 4 here, as we have seen no teams being eliminated thus far. 10 minutes into the game, and we only see 1 casualty thus far that has been suffered to the side of Miramar United Esports, and potentially member of Astra if they don't get that heal up onto their downed member.
Yeah, not a lot of early action. Oh no, it looks like Miramar United not doing themselves any favors. Got me out knocking over his teammate, and seemingly all of these players here having license to kill but not to drive, but they should be able to get him up just in time, as Miramar United needs to kind of rethink how they want to try and approach it. In the first match, I kind of felt that they were able to get some traction with some of the fights, but again, it was in areas of the map which there could be a lot of potential for third-party action. I think we saw in that series of consecutive battles there that there was really just no getting out of there, as there's just too many opponents on either side. Q confirm ultimately would be the winner of those earlier battles in match number 1.
Q confirm showing their amount of kill potential, and also the fact that they're committing towards some of these eliminations. There's some really good shots that are coming in from Zigao 1 from the side of Cerebus Esports. However, he takes a little bit of damage early. He takes a little bit of damage in a return. So we do see now, coming from the side of Cerebus, there is going to be a kill off camera here onto the side of Monty, as we are going to go over towards the top of this mountain here. Mountainous terrain, a little bit of hostility here coming in from the side of Fury. Using Joman right now, trying to get as much information as he can. Very good stuff there coming in, as Fury was knocked down. Unfortunately, we do see Insight being able to get a counter knockdown as well on the side of Jazz, but Jokesy will be taken down with his own nade, rather unfortunately, as he was able to take down QC's gem. Q confirms a gem, as we see Zvit trying to push it out and will be able to get another kill on towards Furious member Insight, as they are going to be holding on to this particular mountain that is towards the southeast of Georgia Pole, which is going to give them quite a high number of long-range angles that they could utilize and abuse towards this situation. But we do see you confirm right now holding that top side of it, and it's going to be Fury Australia that gets taken down early for this particular matchup, as we do see Miramar United's got me out, taking down 1 member of Divine, and another one may potentially come down. Turtling up defensively here, trying to run under the shell, and it seems that another nade is going to go over. Oh, Turtle now being able to go for that nice piece of cover and take down God Meow. Very well done there coming in from Turtle with only 9 HP. That was relatively clutch there coming in from the side of Divine. For the side of Turtle with 1 kill in their favor, as Nikki will be able to be revived. Not much is going to be suffered from the side of Divine, as they will still be able to continue with 4 members on their team, Jay.
Yeah, so looking pretty good here for Divine in the second match, but now it looks like the next circle here going to be firmly on South Georgia. And look at the shots there from Tan. He's going to be able to get down Genfos in the warehouse here, as look at how many teams are in the containers area. This is going to prove to be absolutely devastating in close quarters combat, and it's so difficult to gather information here as compared to many of the other places that you have to play in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. But now we can see that Maoki Esports looking to finish the kill, and Victim Rise actually is just really scattered all across the containers section here. Chimoy here is actually going all the way on the northern side, and he's going to see if he can get a little bit closer towards the bridge. Kamals and Chibrit are going to have to just hang out here by themselves. But again, that's not exactly the part of containers that you want to be in. You just can't see a lot of threats as they come towards you, whereas now Cerberus under a lot of fire here. Vandal able to take down Subang as he is driving around the compound. Not sure if he knew that the Indonesian team was actually taking up residence there, but now they are going to be announcing their accommodation or their new accommodation in style.
All right, so 9 players have been eliminated from the game and are now sent into the oblivion that is the lobby. But still, only one team has been eliminated thus far, and it is going to be team on the total leaderboard of number 8. On the 8th spot of the total leaderboard of Fury Australia. So rather unfortunate here, they have to be very wary that they do not let this be a pattern for them, because it's only going to push them very lower and lower on the leaderboard here. The Australian standouts are trying the Thai standouts of Miramar United Esports, with only 2 players, Narendra as well as Adi right now, trying to take some of these shots towards members of Divine. Nikki already taken down for the count. Namsi already down on the ground with his hands and feet on all fours onto the ground. Oh, there might be an underhanded toss here coming in from the side. Oh, beautifully done coming in from them. However, it is going to be Divine Esports that gets taken down with a beautiful underhand toss that came from side Narendra to seal the deal. And it seems that compound is going to belong to members of Miramar United.
And no sooner did we praise Divine Esports that they bow out of this game here relatively early on, as what we had said in the first match was that they have managed to get the positioning where they have achieved so far because they managed to get in the mid game, but it's not going to happen here. Buriram United going to get some revenge. MSC Therathon, they're going to be also clocking up some kills here, so they're going to be pretty chuffed with themselves here. But now Daytrade is going to be fearing or facing a little bit of the wrath coming out from the Gearbox team. But oh, this looks like a dangerous rotation here coming out from Bamu Gaming. But they're going to be able to get into the defilade just in the nick of time. But this is still attracting quite a bit of attention, as they're going to be stuck right between Carnage and Cerberus Esports, all going to be shooting from the side. And this looks similar to positioning that we saw in day number 1.
And I totally agree with you, Jay, mainly because of how dangerous it is for you to be able to hold on to the defilade. We do see that your logistical options is very limited indeed. Eddie right now looking towards holding on towards the outside of the circle, may actually go for a long flank, but it's got to be careful that he does not run into everyone that is going to be combing the corners of the edges of the circle and acting as gatekeepers for some of the other teams that are advancing. We do see now that some of the members are trying to get as much real estate into the middle of the circle as they can. As members such as Cerberus Esports, they still have 3 with only 1 elimination point in their pocket, but we see the top team of the leaderboard thus far, Q Confirm, still has 4. So looking towards members of Bahamun Gaming is interesting because Hasaki is pretty much nearby, and it seems that the push may come, and there might be another interesting nade here. Somebody clip it as the nade goes long. That's a main root throw, and boom! 3 members goes down. Will we have a 4 and a clean white? It is going to be a clean white, and the Filipinos get taken down in a hail of explosions.
That was absolutely top notch. You could see Haisaki was egging on his teammates. Okay, you guys got to come over here, and we got to start tossing our nades here at the same time. We could get all of these guys. They saw them get into that defilade, but they were not going to see them get out of there. And they're going to be able to pick up 4 easy kills for their troubles. And unfortunately, I think the audio might be a little bit off here, so we do apologize for the technical difficulty. But looks like Victim Rise are going to be able to get into containers just again. Now, it is Chibrit and Kamals again, so they did go out and then come back in. But now Malgi is in trouble. That's not going to be a lot of cover available to you. JRS is going to unload. Top 1 server going down here, and Goktan also going to be down as well. So there's only going to be Gakon that's left here from Malgi. It's a bit precarious, but at the very least, he can afford to kind of stay here. But this, again, there's no hard cover. He has to be a little bit wary about this, but he might have to move here depending on how the next circle is going to be revealed.
And that's something that I feel that some of these teams may actually have to be very wary of, because if they don't take advantage of the situation of taking down some of these teams and gatekeeping for them, like how members of Cerberus Esports already have been holding on and maybe gatekeeping towards the Indonesian teams, as well as the opportunity for them to take down other members. They have an opportunity to shoot, to actually backstab members of Carnage as well, but they have to be careful because the left flank could be in danger here if they are going to be revealing themselves. As we do see, members of Gearbox right now may actually fight off against them. Q Confirm right now holding on towards this particular spot, and we've seen them time and time again hold on towards spots like this. JS right now acting as the lurker, and it seems to me that it is a staple of one of their strategies that they have implemented in the past. I think in game number 3 or game number 2 of Erangel yesterday, Jay, and we see them hold it with a consistent amount of success here, especially with one member for the side of Q Confirm acting as the lurker in situations like this.
Now, Lynxie is under a lot of long-range fire coming out here from MSC Therathon. He's got nowhere to go, and he's going to be taken down. Rossiter Jr. getting a knock there, and now, at the very least, Astra, they have not tossed everyone into the potential fire there. So they're going to at least have the rest of the squad to work with here. But now looking at who still only has one vehicle, it's the other Indonesian team here of Eagle Sentinel Shooter, currently trying to get in a better position. Now they are under the purview of Tonke. He's going to be fully aware of this positioning. He might call the rest of his team over, but they're currently a little bit tied up with the likes of Gearbox. But now on the northern side here, DIC Gaming very in this very gritty battle here with Victim Rise. They're moving from building to building, and this phase 5 circle is punishing Kamals. There's no coming back from this one here, as they're still trying to move in. There's still going to be pressure coming in. MSC Therathon as well. They're not in any good position here to try and get in themselves, but looks like that's going to be a here for Victim Rise as the finishing touches there coming out from CVD and DIC Gaming.
All right, DIC Gaming may have a little bit of interesting spots here, as some of, it seems that some of these nades are going to put themselves in a very interesting position, as we do see members of Miramar right now holding one member down. MSC Therathon will be able to take down members of DIC Gaming with a beautiful spray and turns them into a ball of flame. And it could be Maugi from Vietnam may actually catch members from Astra rotating here, but they've got to be careful because the terrain favors members of Astra, but they've got to try to get that surprise factor. Not much information is going to be shared there, as we do see DIC Gaming already being taken down for the count. The last surviving member is going to be taken down from Jan Kutov from the side of MSC Therathon off camera. Zoidmate right now looking towards throwing that flashbang overhead, trying to get as much disability towards the enemy team as they can. Oh my goodness, it seems that another third party situation, another party has entered into this fray, and it's going to be MSC Therathon to take down the hopes of Astra to be able to fight this out. And Maugi will be able to steal one of those kills, but we shall see that the majority of those kills are going to go towards MSC Therathon. Very nicely done from the side of Maugi as well as MSC Therathon, but it seems that the fight will continue here as members of Eagle Sentinel Shooter are trying to find out. Entry Fragger as well as Man trying to go some of these shots off towards members of Golden Cat. But Golden Cat showing their ability here as more and more of these members are taken off of the count. Man right now looking towards, it was not going to be Man's, right? It is going to be one of those members. Yexi is going Sketch is going to be behind that particular rock, trying to hold on to his hard cover, but it seems that he is going to be caught in this spot and he will not be able to move out. The utilities may not be in his favor here, as we see, Maudi right now taking some of these shots here onto the side of MSC Therathon, but no, it's not going to be enough, as he will be taken down nicely from the side of Rusted Jr. here. And it seems that the fight is not going to be enough, as Q Confirm right now may be another spoiler here. It's going to be a tie-on-tie fight. MSC as well as Q Confirm, who will be able to come out on top here. MSC has been taken out one more surviving member, as we see Jeff immediately going for the first aid kit. My MSC has been eliminated from this game, and we see still 4 members alive on the side of Q Confirm. What can stop them, Jay?
Absolutely nothing. They picked the fight there absolutely perfectly. MSC Therathon was doing great up to this point here and able to fend off Astra and also the likes of of Maugi Esports there, but looks like that was just one too many as Q Confirm realized that they had to finish them off in quick fashion. So Q Confirm looking pretty good still. Noradra, last member left here for Birmingham United. He's going to use whatever little bit of cover he can, but he needs to make a move here, and he's going to get absolutely melted here by Svit. He's still got a little bit of cover here, but it's not really going to be working out too well, as currently Jay is also moving into a better position here to try and put this pressure. There's just no coming back from that. Jayers is actually going to be the one here to finish things off as Q Confirm looking absolutely dominant. Now on the northern side, it's actually going to be quite congested as now we're having Golden Cat trying to increase their influence on this area, as they did already manage to finish off the last member from Eagle Sentinel Shooter. But Day Trade, they're going to hold tight there in the hospital side of things. There's no one that's going to be able to really dislodge them, but it most likely is going to be any future circle that's going to have to shift substantially for them to try and want to maneuver away from this. But Q Confirm are wise of this positioning. They know that if they have to vacate the building, they're going to be in a great spot to catch them out. And looking at the zone, Carnage looking pretty good here right in the center.
All right, so we do see Carnage is holding on towards a very interesting compound here, as we do see it is going to be a Cerberus going up against members of Q Confirm, and this is going to be very interesting indeed, because this is exactly what Q Confirm does not want, to be eliminated lower than the side of Cerberus. From the side of Cerberus Esport. However, Q Confirm does have at least 10 eliminations, if I'm not mistaken, which counts as 10 points. If they walk away with the second chicken dinner of the day, there is a possibility that they get more than 20 points, which could be very interesting indeed, because it is going to allow them so much more room to breathe if they have inconsistent plays. But we've seen it time and time again from Q Confirm. They have been very consistent. They have been moving very, very well, and they have been implementing a very good winning strategy. As we see Day Trade now, Flash may actually push out against Joman as well as Jayers. We see Puchius as well as Mighty, Venotica, and Flash still alive and well for the side of Day Trade. Day Trade could actually win a chicken dinner here, but Gearbox is going to be eliminated from the side of Cerberus Esports as the game progresses. We have 5 teams, 14 lives. Q Confirm as well as Cerberus Esports with only 2 members. Golden Cat with 2, with 1 needing to be res. Day Trade already may potentially lose out 1, and as well as Carnage with 3. So it's going to be very interesting dynamics indeed, as we do see Q Confirm being able to take down 3 members. Mighty has to survive here if he wants to be able to get some of these reses. But look at that, Day Trade is in the middle of everything. The kills have not yet been scored, and it's going to be Q Confirm that takes them down. Oh my goodness gracious me. Again, a high amount of kill. But no, it's going to be Q Confirm that has been eliminated from this situation, as Day Trade will be able to sustain and will be able to salvage this disaster that was started from the side of Q Confirm.
But now it looks like Matey, no more room, and he's going to get burned alive here as Golden Cat going to be finishing up that fight. Couldn't help but feel that initially that fight with the Q Confirm onto the hospital side of thing wasn't going to work out. It was left to 2v4, but then in the end, they almost managed to finish off the entire Day Trade, but Jayers and Joe Man not able to come out with it at the end. And now we are having our final circle here. And look who's still in the game. It's the likes of Cerberus, but it's only going to be 1 member left here. So I'm not sure what Basil is going to be able to accomplish in terms of total points, because we did see that Q Confirm did manage to get, I think, into double-digit kills there. So that's good for them. Golden Cat, they're still alive, but again, cleaning up that battle has left them a little bit worse for wear here, and now it's only Maxonis. So we have a 1v1v3 battle as Carnage looking pretty good here to take their best result of the PCS1, and Sixren still trying to scout out, but it's going to be Maxonis that's going to be corralled a little bit faster here than normal. And I think Basil might be taking that opportunity to try and move a little bit further himself. But then again, he's not going to know how many teams are still involved in this game. So he's probably still going to try and play a little bit close to the chest.
All right, so as we're going to be seeing it here, Maxonis has been taken off of the count, and it's going to be Golden Cat losing out on that. It's going to be Basil that has to clutch this out against 3 members of Carnage. Carnage right now playing it really close, playing it relatively conservative in this particular situation, and it is a very smart thing for them because they don't want to be pushing out onto Basil, as Basil is looking towards getting as much smokes onto the ground as possible here. Oh, look at that hail of nades that are coming in from members of Carnage, as Carnage is going to envelop on them. It's going to be 6 rain that lands a beautiful nade on him, totaling with 3 kills and their first chicken dinner. It is going to be Carnage.
Yeah, so Carnage, they were at the bottom of the table, but now they're going to be moving up, onwards and upwards here. So we'll have to see how that is going to be playing a little bit of factor later on. So the leaders, Q Confirm, looks as though that they slowed down a little bit, but I mean, they still brought in quite a substantial haul of kills. Now let's take a look at the match results here for game number 2 of the day. Golden Cat is going to be taking top spot, but Cerberus also is going to be pulling away with 14 points on the back of 9 and 8 kills respectively. But yeah, Q Confirm, even when they don't get the top spot, they're still able to get a solid number of points here, 13 points as well. Same together with Carnage, as Carnage, despite taking the chicken dinner, only able to get the 3 kills there, as they were controlling a lot of the surrounding area and just forcing a lot of the other teams to fight each other.
And for those of you who are screaming Q Confirm 2 in a row easy clap, I don't think it's going to be an easy clap indeed, as they were clapped with their aspirations to get their second chicken dinner of the day. However, it is not going to take away a very stunning performance that came from Q Confirm. Cerberus Esports as well as Golden Cat showed themselves up in this second match of day number 2. However, Carnage, Daytrade, MSC Theraton, Miramar United as a Maugi will be making up our top 8 of the leaderboards. Our lower 8 of the 16 in total is going DIC Gaming, Gearbox, Divine Esports, Eagle Sentinel Shooter, Fury, Astra, Victim Rise, as well as Bahamut Gaming, that round off the entirety of the match leaderboard for day 2, match 2 of the PUBG Continental Series for the APAC region. Now let's take a look at the total leaderboard for day 2, Jay.
Yeah, so looks like Q Confirm gonna still have quite a significant lead here over the competition. They're almost breaking the 100-point barrier. They're only 2 away, but look at the number of kills that they managed to achieve, and they are totally firing off on all cylinders, and yeah, they totally deserve to be in that position. But who is going to be able to bring the challenge to them? Cerberus able to get a decent number of points, while not a great team performance. It's something that they can continue to build on as the competition continues, as we're only 7 rounds in. There's still a lot that can change. Golden Cat is going to be in that 3rd position here, solidifying themselves, and only 1 point away from Cerberus here on 67. Buriram United, Mauki Esports, Divine Esports, Astra, and MSC Theraton will be rounding up the top 8, as we're seeing a few movers here, as MSC Theraton definitely moving up here, and not quite living up to expectation yet, but doing a lot better.
And it's interesting to note that some of these teams have a very interesting amount of kill points as well as placement points. It does show that there is a level of aggression that some of these teams are practicing compared to some of the other teams. But with 57 kill points in total, Q Confirm is definitely leading the pack in terms of kills as well as placement points. They've had quite interesting. They've had a few games where they weren't able to score a high amount of kills, but judging from the fact that their kill points is so high, as well as their placement points are very high off in the total leaderboard, it is very revealing indeed that Q Confirm has a very good balance of placement as well as elimination points, giving them the total point lead gap of 30 points between themselves and Cerberus Esports. I feel that this is just going to give them a little bit more breathing room, and they can actually lose out at 16th spot and be eliminated first in some of these games, and it is indicative of making sure that even if, let's say, Cerberus Esports gets 10 let's say that Q Confirm gets eliminated in the next game early on and Cerberus is able to get a minimum of 10 as well as a chicken dinner, it is only going to improve their overall total score by 20, and they still got another 10 points. So it does give quite a bit of breathing room for the side of Q Confirm, but yet judging from how the scoring is and how dynamic the gameplay is, they shouldn't be resting on their laurels for too long, mainly because comfort is, for the lack of a better word, the enemy for a lot of these players here at this level for the side of PUBG Esports, because when you get comfort, you tend to slack off a little bit, and sometimes when you slack off, that's when it builds up into a perfect storm of being able to be cut from behind, and you see the second place or the third place team being able to win the entire tournament with just a difference of 1 point. We've seen it before in the Malaysian series, in the Australian series, and I do believe that there could be a possibility for some of these teams to actually bring that to the table, Jay.
And that is exactly what the likes of Q-Confirm need to be very wary of. And yeah, we do see a lot of these stories happen. You know, they have to keep their foot on the pedal, so to speak. As I think, like at this level, you know, the likes of Divine Esport or Erangel, we've seen them at the Southeast Asia level or the APAC level, and they've been absolutely able to dominate on, say, day number 1 and day number 2, and then they go very quiet for the rest of the tournament, and it just allows everyone else to come back into the game, and they kind of just not able to deliver when they need it the most. So the best thing they could do is try and maintain as they are. But I think Q-Confirm at the moment here is the measure of consistency, and it's not just in this tournament, but so far for the competitive calendar, they have been looking absolutely excellent, and definitely a model for everyone to follow.
And it's definitely going to be sung, the praises of the Thai team for Q-Confirm. That is going to be the standard that they are setting for the entire PUBG Continental Series. However, will that standard ring true throughout the entire tournament? We'll have to wait to see, because we're going to take a short little break. I'm The Hound, he's Player of the J. We will be back with more PUBG action. Stay tuned for our third match, which is going to be our final match in Erangel before we go over to the sunny dunes and sandy verticality of Miramar. Stay with us.
Hi PUBG Sports fans, I'm your PUBG Sports Guide, Annie, and I'm here with Paper Thin. It's been a long time, right?
Yeah, it really has. It's been a while, but we've got plenty of PUBG esports action coming your way.
So PCS Charity Showdown is over, but PCS1 is right around the corner.
Yeah, exactly. We've got 4 days with 5 matches per day in each of the 4 regions. And there's 16 teams in each region, so that means there's 64 teams competing in total for those 4 championship spots.
So have you heard the Pick'em Challenge is coming back?
Yeah, I'm really excited. I saw the preview for the new skins and they look super cool.
Yeah, that's right. We have to guess a champion for all 4 regions, right?
Yeah, exactly. And we're going to be here today to help you guys, give you some background information on the teams and kind of help you decide who to pick.
So we'll be doing the little guessing at the end of today's news show, so stay tuned. As always, we're going to start with APAC region. PCS1 is going to start off with APAC on June 25th. 16 teams are already decided by regional leagues and regional qualifiers.
Yeah, there's 7 new teams that are going to be coming through from this. 2 of the top teams from the last time did not qualify. Division X Gaming and Erangel Predator are not going to be with us this time around, so we will be crowning a new champion in APAC.
The team I would like to highlight from this region is MSC Theraton from Thailand. This is a new team, but they have been maintaining top of the scoreboard in the recent PUBG Thailand series for 15 days. The key player from this team is Yoshi Mimburi, the Thailand superstar. And this team also consists of former Tokyo Striker members, so I'm really excited to see them competing in PCS1 APAC.
Yeah, for me, I'm also looking at 2 of the other Thailand teams to do well. Buriram United Esports has been very, very strong. They're a team that can frag out. They play extremely aggressively around the edges of the circles. Q-Confirm, on the other hand, is a more balanced, kind of more traditional style team, but they're also a very, very strong team from Thailand. Finally, I'm looking at Divine Esports from Vietnam. They've consistently made it to these big stage events, so I'm waiting for them to really break through at one of these.
So it's time for North America. 3 weeks of group stages have just finished and all 16 teams were decided. So one interesting point is that Sonics, Shoot to Kill, and Oath took top 3 in both PCS Charity Showdown and PCS1 group stage. It was also interesting that Oath and Shoot to Kill tied with the overall score.
Yeah, exactly. So both of them had the same total score. However, in competitive PUBG, we determine who gets a higher placement when they tie based on the number of kills. So in this case, Shoot to Kill had more kills than Oath, so they were second instead of third.
So this time Shoot to Kill won, right?
This time.
Then which team do you think has higher possibility of being champion in North America from these top 3 teams?
I think it's really hard to say between Oath, Sonics, and Shoot to Kill. They're all really, really good right now. Oath, we've seen them have the ability to pop off and put up crazy rounds. They won 4 games in a row at the Charity Showdown on the final day. Shoot to Kill has consistently been a second place top tier team in NA. And Sonics, just now with the addition of Mime on the team, they've been fragging out. So it's really hard to say. They're all really good.
Yeah, it's true. And I heard that Drussel is coming back.
Yeah, so he's a player that many people in NA are familiar with. He was big in the 2019 scene. He competed in the PGC event in 2019 as well. So a very strong player. He's moved over to Exodus now. They didn't do amazing in the group stage, but maybe there's some growing pains with him being there. Definitely a team to watch out for going forward.
In Asia, most of the participating teams were decided in advance, so participating team lists are very similar to those of PCS Charity Showdown.
Yeah, exactly. You're going to be seeing a lot of the same teams, a lot of the same rivalries, a lot of fighting over the same landmarks and rotations, so it should be pretty exciting in that regard.
That's right. And we have 3 new teams. 1 team, VSG from Korea, and 2 new Japanese teams, Crest Gaming Xanadu and Element 36.
Yeah, so I think a lot of our international fans are going to be very excited to see VSG back competing on the big stage again. It's been a while for them. They haven't been back on an international stage since the Face It Global Summit. But now we're seeing a little bit of a different look for VSG. Wicked and Mental, 2 perennial contenders from Korea, have moved over to VSG and perform extremely well for them. The other team I'm really interested in watching is going to be Crest Gaming Xanadu. We haven't seen them since PGI 2018. So this is really exciting to see one of the old school PUBG esports teams from Japan come back and make it to compete at an international competition.
On top of that, one of the most interesting watch point in PCS1 Asia will be rivalry between Genji and Tianba Gaming. Genji was playing so well in KR qualifier recently, and PO is crazy these days. So he averaged 2.5 kills and like 454 damage per match. This is a lot in the pro scene.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see with how well Genji has been performing. They've been getting better and better as time goes on. If they're going to try to compete with Tianba Gaming for South George. Now, they didn't at the Charity Showdown. I think they maybe should. They're really strong right now. Tianba has been struggling in China recently in some of their events, so maybe there's a weakness here to take advantage of. However, I know Genji is comfortable going to other spots like Mill to Power if they need to.
I'm also curious how Team Kirsten would play because they were the biggest contender to Tianba Gaming.
Yeah, especially at the beginning of the Charity Showdown, they did very well. They're a very disciplined team. They like to play slow, rotate late, come into the middle of the circles, and try to hold territory. So they're the real deal. They made it back here again, and I'm excited to see how they perform this time around.
Last but not least is Europe. Europe has just finished the 6 days of group stage, and now 16 teams are now decided. There are a lot of landmark fights going on in PUBG esports scene, and this happened in Europe too. So there were this battle for Hacienda del Patron between Unity and TSM, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's a central spot on Miramar. Therefore, a lot of teams are really interested in trying to fight over it. TSM and Unity were going at it. It seems like maybe TSM got the best of it a little bit, with Fex doing a little bit of a dance after they won a fight there on day 6. The real question is, going forward, will they fight over it at the PCS1 event? I'm not too sure. Usually one team backs off eventually because it doesn't really benefit either team to fight over a location like that.
Yeah, and one shocking thing was that Na'Vi barely made it to the final. They ranked 20th after the 34th match, but they managed to earn around 30 points from last 2 matches and finally made it to PCS1. They qualified by just 5 points.
Yeah, Navi is a team I don't expect you can keep down for very long. They were third at the charity event. They've been really strong in general in 2020, so I expect to see them rise again as time goes on. I think it was just a bit of a fluke that they didn't do as well. Some other teams to look out for in Europe, you definitely got to keep your eyes on Tornado Energy. They've been playing incredibly consistently this year. Example was basically the top fragger in the top everything in every stat category in Europe. Team Liquid has been very, very good as usual. Still looking to see if they can finally kind of overcome that hurdle and get a first place, but don't count them out. And one other team I'm really interested in is Tempest. On day 2 of the group stages, they won 3 Miramars in a row, which in Europe is incredibly difficult to do.
As mentioned earlier, Pick'em Challenge is back in PCS1. We have 2 games, and main game will be simply guessing the champion of all 4 regions, and you'll need 1 coupon for 1 vote.
And then we have another free game to play where we're gonna break down each of the 16 teams into 8 different groups, so a rivalry between 2 different teams, and you have to pick the team that you think will do better overall to earn some points.
So you can get up to 6 voting coupons by purchasing PCS1 items, and most importantly, you can get 1 free coupon by watching live broadcasting for PCS1.
Yeah, so make sure you guys tune in to all the PCS1 events, as there is only a limited amount of people who are going to be able to use those codes that you see during the live broadcast. So you gotta be tuning in and you gotta be ready to go.
So who did you pick, favorite then? Let's see who gets right in the next episodes, and stay tuned for PCS1. Oh, and don't forget to like and subscribe.
Update 7.3 has arrived and brings an explosive new weapon, some new updates to vehicle balance, quality of life changes for landing with your team, and an update to the esports menu. Let's get right into it. The first update is the addition of C4, a brand new explosive that sticks to most surfaces. Once its long timer finishes, this powerful explosive deals damage to everything within a 25-meter radius, both horizontally and vertically. C4 isn't meant to be another throwable, but rather a tactical choice to prevent enemies from staying in a defensive position. There's a clear audible beeping sound when C4 is armed, which increases in frequency as it gets closer to boom time. You'll want to be clear of it when that happens. C4 spawns as world loot on Erangel, Miramar, Vikendi, and Sanok, and will also appear in care packages on these maps. Vehicles are getting a balance update this patch as well, with new damage zones being added to change how you go about taking them down. Starting with 7.3, damage dealt to the engine of a vehicle will still be full, but damage done to the sides and roof of a vehicle will be reduced. Vehicles will also no longer explode immediately upon reaching 0 health. Instead, the engine will die and catch fire, giving you about 5 seconds to bail before the vehicle reaches its ultimate end, though excessive damage can be an exception. These new damage zones affect most basic 4-wheeled vehicles like the UAZ and Murata. Other changes include increased armor for boats, no more increased collision damage when vehicles are rolling, and a 50% increase to spike trap length. You can check out the patch notes for full details. One more vehicle-related thing. The trains on Vikendi have gotten a new vertical line on the map, which should give more options for use. Some trains will now also make an additional stop before reversing direction, and we've added new indicators for when trains are arriving and departing. Players dropping with their team can once again utilize the parachute follow feature, which was previously disabled pending some improvements, to stick close to their group without having to maneuver there manually. From the pre-match countdown to before the drop, you can select a teammate to follow to the grounds. This can be cancelled on the map screen by holding F while in the plane or while following the player in your chute. Finally, the esports menu has been updated in preparation for PCS1. Here you'll be able to find an overview, team standings, and the next iteration of the Pick'em Challenge. We'll be talking about PCS1 and the Pick'em Challenge more soon, so keep your eye on PUBG channels for more information. Update 7.3 is available now on PC test servers, so drop in and check out everything new.
안녕하세요.
大家好.
Xin chào tất cả các bạn. Với PUBG Esports fans.
Hi, PUBG Sports fans.
4개의 권역의 최강자를 가리는 PUBG e스포츠 대회.
Vòng khu vực APAC. PUBG Continental Series 1 North America Grand Finals.
PCS1 东亚洲际赛
PUBG Continental Series for Europe.
World Cup June 25th.
6월 26일 개막합니다. Kommer starta 27 juni.
2 hafta boyunca Perşembe ve Pazar günleri arasında devam edecek bir maç programımız var. Kaçırmayın.
请大家多多支持，多多收看。
Mark your calendar and stay tuned.
Отметьте даты в своем календаре и будьте готовы.
PCS1 많은 응원과 시청 부탁드려요.
冠军竞赛活动现已回归。
The Pick'em Challenge is back.
コンソールは6月23日からオープンします。
Các bạn có thể tham gia dự đoán đội vô địch trực tiếp ở trong game.
Bạn sẽ nhận được 6 lượt bình chọn khi mua vật phẩm PCS1.
และรายการดูไลฟ์สตรีมสดเนี่ยก็สามารถลุ้นรับกระดาษทายผลนะครับผม
记得准时收看 PCS1 东亚洲际赛。
PCS1 잊지 말고 시청해주세요.
Так что оставайтесь дома и следите за PCS1.
You can get a maximum of 7 coupons, including one free coupon.
If you click the esports tab right game lobby.
팀 정보와 PCS1 매치별 스탯 그리고
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, ladies and from all over the world. This is our third and final game for Erangel. And welcome back to the PUBG Continental Series APAC Day 2. I'm Hound, to my right, the ever awesome, ever smooth play of the Jay, dropping down all of the facts, all of the analysis for all of the games that we have casted thus far. With a total of 8 games already, are there any patterns that you have been able to identify here today in day number 2 for the PCS APAC region, Jay?
Thank you, Nick. Well, I think in terms of overall patterns here, looking at the first 2 games, definitely Q Confirm is brimming with confidence right now. I think they're really taking a lot of these aggressive positions, which is characteristic of a team that, is managed to build this kind of lead that they have for themselves, where they're currently by 30 points leading the pack here after getting 3 wins so far in the competition. And while in the last game they didn't win, you could see the kind of fights that they were looking to take here, really characteristic of a team, which is definitely on the right trail here to really take this entire championship, take the $80,000 for the first place prize. And I think one fight that stood out in that sense was when they took the fight to day trade. Now, they didn't even need to take the fight to day trade, but they did it anyways, and they almost won despite going down 2 men in a 2v4 battle. And then they still managed to put day trade on their deathbed, so to speak, before they also got finished in turn by the likes of Golden Cat.
Well, I do like the fact that Q Confirm has been very consistent, but we've been singing the praises, the song of praise for Q Confirm for quite a bit. Let's talk a little bit on the other side of the spectrum. What is the perfect storm for Q Confirm to actually be dropped down a few notches here if the second and third place teams such as Cerberus and the rest want to actually be able to overtake a team such as Q Confirm? Because with a level of consistency, there has to be some way to take down this top team a few pegs, because I think they're the only team thus far across the 2 days and across 8 games that were able to score 3 chicken dinners thus far and a high number of eliminations, which I feel is indicative of a very well balanced gameplay style that is definitely benefiting Q Confirm. What are your thoughts on that?
So I think, of course, they are very balanced, and we have talked at length about it. I think let's talk about the game that they didn't manage to achieve something like that, and I think that's, of course, going to be only one particular match, which was match number 3, where they went out first and they didn't get a single kill. And if not mistaken, that was exactly when they were being engaged by Cerberus, and Cerberus came out on top of that one there. And it goes to show that in a straight-up gunfight, Q Confirm can be fallible to missing out in terms of getting into later stages or really getting anything out of a fight. And of course, that's just a luck of the draw sometimes, but it does show that they're not impervious. But what it does mean as well is that other teams might not be necessarily looking to go out and fight them necessarily. Definitely in that particular instance that we're talking about here, Cerberus was not phased, but are other teams going to, warm up to the possibility of seeing QC go on the kill feed at the detriment of your team? That remains to be seen. And while I don't think that there are a lot of teams here which would run away from a fight, they're definitely not going to go chasing after them either, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. As we go into game number 3, our third and final game for Erangel, and it seems to me that Q Confirm has been a very, very interesting, factor here for consistency towards the entire matchup. As we do see that it is going to start off towards the northeast side of Azarki, and it is going to go all the way down towards the southeast side of the entire map. We might see a little bit of drops here towards Sosnovka Island, which could be a dropping point here for members of Fury, as we see them actually be some of the last few in the server to actually drop down. 16 teams, 64 players still in the map thus far during the start of this matchup, so we're not going to be seeing that much yet, but we may see some early exchanges here between MSC as well as Carnage, mainly because that they are going to be within the vicinity of one another. There is going to be a little bit of concern here for coming in from the side of Fury Australia, mainly because that they lose quite a bit of tempo, considering that it is going to be them alone on Fury. And whether it's on the west or the east, it is going to be a worrying trend here, because look at that particular circle here. Southwest covering a little bit of Ferry Pier, covering Ferry Pier Primorsk, half about 50 to 40% of Sosnovka Island. And it is going to be interesting indeed. It is going to be adding a little bit of fire underneath the step of some of these players, mainly because of how it is going to be limiting their rotational options. And what do you think about that particular circle for phase number 1, Jay?
Oh, I love circles like this. It really throws a curveball at all of these teams, and let's see how prepared they are, to really adjust to that. There's an awkward flight path, there's an awkward circle, and most of these teams will need to make a decision in terms of the timing that they want to try and make their moves, and what route are they going to take. How long do you spend to loot up? Do you try and really prioritize just trying to get inside there? Like right now, they have a lot of options. Primorsk, it's wide open. There's definitely not going to be anyone there unless someone saw a very far long drop, which tends to not be favored so much by the teams. Usually what they'll do is, if they do want to go to somewhere further away, because the flight path is to one side of the map, they'll just try and make sure they secure early mobility, get some vehicles, and then they can then transition over there and then finish off with some of their looting. But a lot of teams, because they don't like to go to urban centers for the mid to late game if they can avoid it, they might just want to do their looting first and then just move into positions around Primorsk or in the center of the circle, rather than go there. Look at the code on the screen, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure that you try and enter this as quickly as possible in the game, as this will allow you to vote for who you think is going to win PCS1 as part of the Pick 'em Challenge. So maybe make sure that you try and redeem this as soon as possible. There's only one use per this code, so don't let it go to waste, as you want to try and make sure you can get a nice chance to win 100,000 EP.
Well, that's definitely going to be a motivator for some of you viewers out there to flash off to your squad mates in your pub games, that you were able to not only properly predict who will be winning this particular tournament overall, but also the fact that, hey, skins for wins is definitely adding a little bit of flair towards your kill feed or your death replay in these situations here. So skins for wins, that's for sure. So make sure you are quick towards putting in your votes, casting in your votes as quickly as possible. I don't know about you guys, but Q Confirm looks like a very safe and strong vote thus far. But hey, anything can happen. So remember, it does count overall. So don't count your chickens before they hatch. There is still a 30-point discrepancy between themselves and Cerberus Esports, and all it matters is that Q Confirm has got to be eliminated pretty early on in the next few matches for members like Cerberus or Golden Cat for them to actually knock them down a few pegs and create a little bit more tension in the top spot here, as heavy lies the crown for the side of Q Confirm here, because it is going to be them that everyone is going to be aiming for in this particular setup here, especially the lower tier teams who know that, I mean, all hope is gone, so might as well they fear they be the spoiler in some of these situations, as we have seen time and time again throughout all of these PUBG matches at almost every level, whether it's amateur, professional, or semi-professional. We've seen it happen so many times where some of the lower tier teams function as a spoiler to just destroy the hopes of some of the top tier teams.
And that's always the fantastic dynamic of a PUBG tournament. I mean, I know everyone comes here doing their best, you know, not everyone can win, but at the same time, they can still play a role in the story that is unfolding in front of our eyes. And that's the amazing thing that, you know, I think we get to see every time that we have one of these competitions. So it will definitely get harder for QC to hold on to the lead when you've got all of these curveballs here and not having a lot of stress on their backs, and they can play with a little bit more reckless abandon and be a bit more confident in the gunfights that they want to take. But right now, there are not a lot of gunfights going on at the moment, as we're seeing everyone firmly in their rotation. They want to try and get over there on towards that southwestern side. A lot you can see are actually approaching from that west coast road here on the main island, as they're all trying to gear up and avoid a lot of areas here. But it looks like Astra is going to have Extreme and Zoid may get out here, not able to get the shots there onto Malgi. I'm not sure if they know too much about this, but they're going to be exposed just a little bit here. But yeah, with that line of sight blockage, it's not really going to work in terms of putting fire down the field towards the Vietnamese teams. But I have to like now the positioning of where Fury Australia dropped, because since they're the only team on Sosnovka Island, I would say that they have the best rotation path into the center of the circle.
Yeah, and it does allow for interesting rotations here that could actually benefit them, as phase number 1 is about to come to a close. 2 more minutes before we signify the start of phase number 2, and we do see some of the shots now coming off towards members of Divine Esports, and no damage going to be taken thus far. Bahamut Gaming from the Philippines right now, Shin Ryuji, may be moving off onto the road here on his motorbike, may actually take some, may actually be serving as reconnaissance for members of Bahamut Gaming, as we are going to be switching over to Buriram United Esports to a dual pair for each of the vehicles that they set up. So I do believe that they are going to try their best to get as much of this real estate covered as possible, and it is going to be a rather precarious cross across this bridge. Whether or not it is going to be the path of least resistance will be seen in a few more seconds. No gunshots coming towards them, nor do I see any other indicators of hostility coming in from the other side of the bridge. So it is going to be the path of least resistance, and it could be a signifier that it could be rather peaceful for them as they progress towards the mid stages of the game. However, we are going to switch over to Cerberus Esports. And what do you think of this current situation right now? Fury taking a page out of Q Confirm, as we're going to be switching over towards the other side of the map, Jay.
Yeah, so we're going to be seeing that Cerberus actually getting into a very good position early on, but it's just Haisaki by himself. They need to try and solidify that, but enough to scare Fury Australia away. Malgi and Malgi Esport was traveling along that western coast, and Buriram United, big brain plays there in terms of the rotation. There's not anyone in their path at all, but it will be a bit delayed. The only thing is that now they have to make sure that they can get onto the main island in good fashion. Fury Australia has taken up residence there, as currently you can see how scattered Cerberus is. Now, that's not necessarily going to impede Fury from actually taking some of that territory, but definitely will be a bit of a deterrent. But now, next zone here is going to reveal itself. It's again going to be relatively expected that it's going to fall in this particular spot, but we're already seeing that other teams already starting to make further moves here as they are moving down the coastal road in the form of Gearbox. Malgi also from that north western side, and it's already going to be quite congested here. I think a lot of the central spots has been taken. MSC Theathon going for the factory complex here doesn't offer a lot of vision here, so you can see why that this is probably not going to be one of the more favored spots to try and take up residence.
Well, what's interesting to note is that some of these teams, particularly Buriram United Esports, are going to go for the long route that could actually be detrimental towards them towards phases 3, 4, and 5, considering that there is going to be a lot of resistance, though they were able to enter Sosnovka Island from the east with relative... Oh, but before that, though, before I finish my thought, it seems that there is going to be a fight here exploding between the members of Cerberus Esports as well as Divine. It's going to be a Vietnam versus Vietnam fight. Who has the better... shots here? It is going to be interesting. Oh, could this be an opportunity for the side of Divine to actually get another kill onto them? No, Levi's are going to be taken down as well as Namsi, and this could be interesting as Divine right now were taken down by Hasaki. Turtle as well as Namsi is going to be put down for the count, and the only surviving member is going to be Turtle right now bleeding out, but no, it's not going to be enough, as it is going to be Cerberus Esports that takes down members of Divine. It is going on, and as we say here, the path of least resistance hits off towards a path of so much resistance here coming up inside of Fury. The Fury of the Australians is definitely going to come realize here, as Joxy will be able to take down some of these shots on towards members of Buriram with a nice, beautiful, accurate shots towards ED from his Mini 14. However, smokes are going to be dropped down from the side of Buriram United, as we do see only one member is bleeding out. Joxy right now trying to make a decision whether or not he wants to commit to the fight or whether he wants to bug out and try to salvage whatever he can before he is marked and under fire. We do see Godnyao, Kanaxi as well as Nodra going for the res, as Godnyao and Kanaxi giving in as much cover as they can. Tracer's now flying towards the direction of Joxy, as Joxy bugs out and says, I am done with this and I am going to think about the future of my team's positioning, and we will live to fight another day.
Joxy, well, he didn't have high ground. He didn't have a lot of avenues to escape if he stayed there a bit longer. So that's heads-up play from him. And, of course, he only has one other teammate. And he was not actually on the right side of the Buriram United players who, thankfully, were going to be in the middle of getting Eddie up there. But I don't think Fury Australia quite expected that there was going to be such a heavy rotation coming from the island, considering that they were the only ones to drop there at the start of the game. But they're going to have to lick their wounds a little bit here. But now we're going to be seeing the likes of Maui Esports moving onto the territory held by Man and the rest of Eagle Sentinel Shooter. Currently, they have enough space between them. Jexy trying to land some shots from the side here. Give his teammate enough time to get out there. Man is going to be tanking a bit of damage here. Jet, though, is going to be taking the headshot there. Jexy able to nail it there at range, and that's going to give his teammates enough time to get away. Vandal 9 seemingly going to be much further away from the scene than the rest of the squad. But now we're going to see the next phase of the zone zoom in towards the quarry side of things, and I think this is going to be, of course, a good test of the teams, whether or not they're able to have proper rotations in the later stages. So sorry for the brief delay there getting the live feed to you, but hopefully everything is going to continue onwards here, as we're still seeing others here trying to decide what kind of path that they want to take here and where the rest of the teams are going to be playing that will allow them to get into the late game.
All right, so watching it from the side of Cerberus, they are going to be moving into a path. They are going to be pathing towards quite a bit of resistance here, as MSC as well as Daytrade right now looking to taking some shots to Susbang, and Susbang's got to be careful here. 20 damage being received on his side, as there have been 4 eliminations that has been confirmed for the side of Cerberus. We are going to go over towards members of Golden Cat, 6 sacks right now, looking towards pushing on from this rather exposed and open field here that could be detrimental towards them, because we do see that DIC Gaming as well as the Filipino teams of Filipino team of Bahamut Gaming may be on top of this hill, so they have to fight not just on top of the hill but also on the right. Argor right now being able to take down one of these shots. Bahamut Gaming's Mr. Chan being able to get some of these shots off towards members of Golden Cat. Golden Cat right now may be in a bit of trouble here, as Bahamut Gaming's my boy will be able to get the score in, but no, it'll be Bahamut Gaming that gets taken down at 50 spot in this particular tournament, in this particular matchup here against members of Golden Cat. Maxonus right now will be able to get that kill off. Smokes have been dropped down, and you see that Tonke will not be able to be saved as Anquan from the side of DIC Gaming takes advantage and takes some blind shots onto Tonke before bugging out.
Bamboo Gaming had a very good position there to work with, but unfortunately some of the shots came in a little bit too delayed. Now, they did manage to get something from it there, but by right, they should have been able to take down most of the members there from Golden Cat. But Golden Cat, they're going to be reeling from that one. They're in third position. They want to continue to try and assault the leaderboard. They're only 1 point off Cerberus, but it's going to be that much harder for them to overcome as Maxonis is the last one left here. He has to try and hide from the likes of the leaders in the form of Q-Confirm, and he's actually going to be a little bit known here. There was a smoke, so that's probably something that the rest of Q-Confirm can kind of guesstimate that there is going to be someone there, but actually they're going to continue their movement on foot here towards the western side, going to be abandoning the vehicles for the late game here, as you do want to try and maintain, of course, a little bit of stealthiness. But of course, those vehicles, we have seen them be used by teams quite substantially in the later stages. But Maugi here unloading onto Eagle 365 as they're all crashing into the factory complex, and Maugi trying to do what they can to reposition. Goktan is going to be moving in from the vehicle here, but now looks like one player is down. It's going to be third-party fire in the form of 6-Rim, but the nade here is going to finish off Mun. But now Eagle 365, they got nowhere to go. The Molotovs burning all around them. They're tanking the damage, but this is not going to be looking too good. Jet just trying to see what angle can he get, but the sea of smokes here making it incredibly difficult for them to try and break this down, but they know they have the exits covered. They're going to be able to really take their time with this one, but again, this is giving Eagle 365 the exact timing they need to really try and reset and re-heal.
And this does give an opportunity for Maugi to actually push out slowly. They've got to be careful of the tight angles that is going to be prevalent in some of these compounds, as we do see that Carnage may be on to the side of Jet here. It is going to be interesting because Maugi not only has another team of Carnage to fight off against, as we do see that members of Eagle Sentinel Shooter are going to be holding on towards his compound here. So they have to fight off against a total of 7 here, with Carnage may actually be moving out towards their lurker and giving in a little bit more reinforcement towards them and give them the support. We do see right now Vandal 9 throwing out that molly to deny whatever peak, that cheeky peaks that are coming in from the side of Maugi. Maugi will, we shall wait to see what fate awaits Maugi as we switch over towards Astra. Zoidmate taking some of these shots with his SLR, switching over to his barrel, as he's the Gems right now, throws over a short grenade and it misses. It does take a little bit of damage towards Zoidmate, but he will live to fight again later on after a heal. We do see that for the side of Q Confirm, it is going to be a rather interesting match here, as 3 members are going to be behind. Linksy right now being able to take down Jayers. Jayers, one of the main lurkers for the side of Q Confirm, has been taken down, and you see that information has been relayed towards members of Q Confirm, and there could be a bit of a split here in terms of how they are formulating their way of attack here, as Vit as well as Gems are going to be a little bit more tighter compared to Joman, who is going to be actively flanking onto the side of Astra. Astra right now throwing through grenades, but it seems that Svit will be able to take down one. Oh my goodness, it seems that it is going to be Gems that get taken down. So Joman is going to be last but not least, but it is going to be QC that gets the win over Astra there. Nicely done from Joman, being able to get quite a number of kills in that particular situation, but at what cost? 1 member has been taken out, 1 member is down for the count, and it seems that Gems has been dropped down again by VTR, and oh my goodness! Mauti seems to be a little bit more than issue here, as Eagles and the Shooter right now looking to end one of members Maugi there in a burst of flame as one time puts it out. Oh, but it's not gonna be enough, as Vandal 9 shows how much of a Vandal he is. We do see a counter flanking coming in with Carnage looking very closely, as we do see again top 1 Sever being able to take down 123 HP, but no, it's not gonna be enough as Maugi gets taken down by the Indonesian team of Eagles and the Shooter.
Vandal 9 coming up big here for his team, and looks like the would-be aggressors are going to be put in the ground here first, and the Indonesian squad coming out on top. But speaking of Indonesian teams here, it looks like this Victim Rise moving in here. They're trying to find Joman, but Joman is going to get Chimoy first. He's going to get that pick and continue to move onwards. He's the last standing member here from QC, but he is going to be opening up some space. He's deciding for this tactical redeployment strategy. That's going to be the name of the game here. Now, of course, Q confirmed they did lose quite a bit there early on, but looks like Eagle Sentinel Shooter not going to be able to sustain here in this battle, as Carnage going to be taking them down. But DIC Gaming, they're going to be the ones to be the aggressors now. They're taking down Kamals and taking the fight to the Indonesian squad of Victim Rise, and they're going to get wiped out in quick fashion. So it's going to be absolutely decimated over here on this northern side. DIC Gaming will have the dominance for now. They're looking to bring it to Team Carnage, who are going to be a little bit further away in the distance, but that's already not going to deter them from opening up here as they feel comfortable. They managed to achieve enough of their own territory that they can reliably shoot without any reprisal from any nearby third-party fire.
Well, Q confirm has been taken out at 11th spot here, as we do see other teams as well are going to be taken out. Miramar United looking towards getting it aggressive here. A grenade being dropped down onto the side of Nordra. Nordra may actually push out. No damage going over those Nordra. Godmia has been taken out for the count from the side of Chin, and they see that Miramar United has picked up a little bit more than they could chew. With only one member down for the count here, they are going to try to salvage whatever of this disaster that may happen here, with Gearbox looking towards keeping it aggressive. Nades there being shot out. Y8 being taken out by Nordra. Nordra nicely done with the counter shots there coming in. Konaxi has got to keep his belly down on the ground as Chin looking to keeping some of this very tight angles here, looking to go for the pre-fire. Jen holding on towards that bathroom. Nicely done there, coming up from Jen to give a little bit of support, and it seems that Jen has been taken off on the count. Oh my goodness, another big nade damage there coming in from the side of Chin, and it seems that cover will not be enough as Jun will be able to take down, and no, it is going to be Golden Cat that gets Gearbox that gets eliminated in that particular fight there from the side of Miramar United, working with only 3 men, using whatever they have to try to turn a disastrous situation around for themselves.
Miramar United looking very convincing in that push, despite losing Godmeow straight off the bat there. But they're going to be able to be the victors here on the southern side. But now Carnage is stuck in between a rock and a hard place. But they're going to try and do what they can, using the cover of smoke to get inside the vehicle here and see if they can get in. Miramar United also going to be using the time as well to try and get into a better position. Noradra is actually going to be joining the rest of his team here. But now MSC Theathon, now they've been in this complex for what seems like forever and just controlling the space around it. They haven't generated a lot of kills from it, but it's good fast change here depending on how the zone is going to be. But looking at things now, Cerberus is going to be having very good purview onto the Carnage players who really drove over there in desperation. But now they are really going to be potentially sandwiched, and looking at this zone, it's really going to cover quite a whole lot of nothing, and there's going to be a tree line available for these teams on the south side to move into. But for everyone else, it's going to be a little bit dicey. DIC Gaming already having to come down from the high ground. They know they need to try and take any of these fights in the complex as soon as possible. But it looks like Yoshi is going to be able to catch out Monty, as Carnage is really not in an ideal spot to try and navigate. Oh, this nade is perfect there. It's going to finish off Monty and take down B. There's only one left remaining, as Rain hiding on the other side of the wall.
Well, very nicely done there, coming in from MSC, but we do see that members of Cerberus Esports are using the chaos that is being affected, that is affecting Carnage's aspirations towards ending this fight here between themselves and MSC as well as DIC Gaming, that they are going to act as the third party. 60s with 19 alive here. We do see MSC fighting off against the Vietnamese team of DIC Gaming, and it is going to be interesting. Another nade they're hitting other members of DIC Gaming, putting them at least 30% down, removing at least 40 to 60% of their HP, as smokes now being dropped down, denying as much line of sight as they can. As we see Anquan right now taking down Yoshin Minburi from off camera, as JJ Leo right now put in a really interesting spot here, as we do see some shots that are coming in from the side of DIC towards Rusted Jr. And it is going to be all hell that's broken loose here, as Yoshin Minburi as well as Rusted Jr. has been taken down for the count, and you see that MSC is losing members one by one. 3 kills in their favor here, as DIC with 5 as well, as they're going to be pushing off into the factory side, into the warehouse side, and more smokes to deny as all of this long range sniping potential that could come from some of these other teams, especially Daytrade Gaming, that is acting as Overwatch here, and looking all of this action transpire between them. It may be a very dense final few circles as we approach the end of phase 6 with 45 seconds left in this matchup.
Yeah, currently Day Trade, they do have some good real estate to work with, so not really willing to go and embark or get into this meat grinder of a battle that's happening over here at the factory complex. But DIC now pushing in. JG Leo's going to go down, but Anquan's going to follow him straight away as Janku and Elonix going to be able to get the downs here. But now looks like DIC Gaming is going to be able to come out on top here as 74L1 comes up in spades for his team. He should be able to get the two players up. But look at the speed here that Day Trade is moving in. Venotica trying to take advantage of that. He's going to creep inside the compound and see whether he can throw a spanner in the works as DIC Gaming is still trying to reset. But there is still also going to be the member of Rain from Carnage who might be able to make things a little bit more difficult. And looks like the lucky side of things here for DIC is still going to be that the next zone will still cover part of the compound, but it's not going to be that easy to hold on to. But the rest of Day Trade, they might actually rotate over the northern side, go meet up with Venotica. Cerberus and Buriram United, they're going to be locking horns right now on the southern side, and only the victor will be able to get in.
Alright, so we do see Connexi right now acting as an obstacle towards members of Cerberus Esports. However, the ones are covered between Buriram United as well as Cerberus Esports. I think it does favor a little bit more towards Buriram United. We do see some really good shots that are coming in from Susbang, but I see that Zigo1 has been taken off on the account. Buriram United looking to taking some of these shots. Eddie has been taken off on the side of Buriram United, bleeding out. 2 members left for the side of Buriram United, 2 effective members left. And you see that Basil right now taking proactive measures here to try to take the but no, it's not going to be enough. And Nodra spots him out, make sure that the left flank doesn't fall. And one more member, I think one more surviving member is left for the side of Cerberus Esports, and it is going to be Susbang. Susbang right now throwing out another flash grenade, going for another bandage here as members of Buriram will be holding on towards the defilade here, and it could be interesting to see how Susbang is going to be moving into the situation. Susbang right now being able to take down Connexi, but it's not going to be enough to secure the kill, as it is going to be Nodra to take down Susbang, taking out members of Cerberus into the lobby at 5th spot. We are left with Buriram United, DIC Gaming, Day Trade, as well as Carnage in this final 4.
Right now, it looks like Day Trade all moving in here, but they are trying to be repelled here by the DIC Gaming members. JJ Leo's going to get one, but instantly gets refragged here by Venotica's frag. And now, looks like 74L1, he's going to have to play the hero again. He's got 4 kills already for his team, but looks like Day Trade taking it slow. They're trying to get up all their team members for the time being. There's still going to be the likes of Rain hiding out inside the container. This could be an absolute meat grinder, and looks like it's going to be 74L1 finally bowing out. He's not able to replicate the heroics that we saw from him just a few moments ago. But now Puchu is here, aware of the threat coming in from Rain, who is hiding all the way on the other side here. He's using the zone to his advantage, and all this while Buriram United going to be absolutely chuffed with themselves with the positioning that they have. 3 members still alive. Flash already thinking of the next fight here, moving in there, but he's attracting a lot of fire. Connexi is actually going to take him down, and now things are looking very dire for Day Trade. Buriram United could seal the deal here in just a few moments, as their 3 men on the tree line should be proving to be effective against the remaining members here. Day Trade not really actually wanting to stay here and fight with the last member of Carnage any longer.
Well, what's interesting to know is Carnage right now holding on towards a very interesting spot, very precarious spot indeed here. Kind of put himself backed up against the wall, doesn't allow himself any fluid opportunities for him to escape or rotate better. And as we see Puchius right now looking towards just gatekeeping for him, and this could be the end for the side of Carnage, as Carnage gets taken off on the count from the side of Puchius for the side of Day Trade, as we do see Connexi being able to take it up Mighty with a beautiful grenade here. Connexi right now throwing out another grenade. It's going to be 2v2 here, and it is going to be Buriram United with 3 in the favor against 4, with 2 members for the side of Day Trade already down for the count. Will they be able to go for the revive here? Some good shot there coming in from Nodra, making sure that he does not bemoan the fact that he is applying as much pressure as he can, as we do see Day Trade right now looking towards lobbing grenades in return to the side of members of Buriram, as we see Vanotica taking some of those shots off. Nodra onto the side of PB and Connexi. 11 kills in total, 11 points for them. Definitely going to enjoy it. Could actually push them up higher against Golden Cats here, but it all depends on how far they will be able to take this fight here. It is all for the members of Buriram United. However, Day Trade has a lot of opportunities to steal it and spoil it for the side of Buriram United.
Yeah, they've definitely been thinned out with just only Venotica and Putus left here, but 8 kills on the board. That's pretty good performance, but looks like Venotica is going to go down. It's a 3v1 situation. Nothing much more that he can do from that. Noradra is going to be the one to put the final nail in the coffin, and Buriram United Esports are going to be taking their very first win here, and 13 kills to boot. They looking pretty good, but I have to give a hand it to Daytrade as well. They put in a shift. They have had their best game so far that we've seen over the course of these 8 matches.
And that's something that members of Buriram United need to do. They are touted to be one of the top teams out of the region, and I feel that they are starting to get a little bit warmed up in this particular situation. However, one of the most important things that's coming in was Q Confirm being eliminated 11th, which does give an opportunity for members like Cerberus Esports to actually catch up. And the fact of the matter that comes is that it came at a very interesting time. They got eliminated 11th at the 3rd game for Erangel. And historically, as we saw it yesterday for match number 4 and 5 of Miramar, we did see Q Confirm actually suffer quite a bit in terms of their placement. But the same can be said for the side of Cerberus Esports. Will that ring true for games number 4 and 5 as we progress into Miramar? We'll have to wait and see. Any interesting observations or any interesting moments that you would like to highlight for us, Jay?
Well, I think from looking at this, it definitely shows how some teams are trying to react with the situation. I think that we're seeing a lot more grit and determination from teams in general. I think they're really trying to fight for some good results here, regardless of what is presented to them. DIC Gaming, for example, crashing into a compound which, apart from the positioning, is not really conducive for having a very competitive match. And MSC Theathon, of course, they did take that compound much earlier on, but I would say DIC Gaming really putting themselves in the spotlight here and really not shying away from a lot of these battles here, really going on in and around that complex. So I think it's this type of determination and effort that we're seeing from some of these teams, which is coming to the forefront. But again, let's see how this is going to translate into the overall results for our 3rd match of the day.
Well, as we see it here, day number 2, match number 3, it is going to be Buriram United Esports that walks away with 23 total points, with 10 in placement for Winner Winner Chicken Dinner, as well as 13, giving them a total of 23 for their match number 3, the final Erangel match of today. Daytrade Gaming definitely has quite a bit to work with a total of 6 points in placements, as well as 8 for their total kill point, giving them a total of 14. DIC Gaming not too far behind with a total of 12 points, split across their placement points of 4 and a total of 8 eliminations thus far. Cerberus, Carnage, MSC Theathon, Eagle Sentinel Shooter, as well as Q Confirm make up our entirety of the upper bracket. The lower bracket, the lower part of the leaderboard, however, tells a different story. Golden Cat, Victim Rise, Maugi, as well as Gearbox were able to get at least 1 point for their total for their kill placements, kills. However, no points for their placements. Gearbox getting 1 point. I think that's a bit of interesting endeavor there for Bahamut Gaming, as well as Divine, Astra, and Fury. Only 1 point in total for them. So it does show a little bit of struggles there coming in for them. What is also interesting to note is the overall standings. Let's take a look at the overall standings and break it down for us, Jay. What do you think is a very revealing pattern here?
Well, Q Confirm, I mean, they're still going to be here in front, so I think that is a foregone conclusion. But looking at Buriram United, they managed to overhaul Golden Cat. And remember, Golden Cat didn't have a very good match number 3. They actually ran into a lot of problems early on. Bahamut Gaming was a huge stumbling block. Well, they did manage to overcome that. That was not without taking a lot of losses before they got finished off themselves. So that is something that they're going to be a little bit regretting how things went down in that match. So Cerberus Esports, they did manage to get a bit more points than what Q Confirm was able to manage as well. So they closed the gap a little bit, but it's not a significant margin, just 4 points closer. But they're going to at least, try and build on that, because at this point they kind of need to focus on themselves rather than like worry whether or not Q Confirm is going to be playing well. They need to try and have some measure of consistency there as well. Maugi also still going to be not too far off from the top. Daytrade moving up the field here after getting a very solid performance in the previous round. DIC Gaming still putting some consistent points on the board. They're solidifying their position here in the top half of the table, and Divine starting to slip and slide all the way down.
And that's a very worrying trend here coming in from the side of Divine. A rather impressive number of kill points that has been secured. However, the placement points in total is a very revealing factor indeed. Consistently, we do see Q Confirm still being able to get a very high number of placement points as well as kill points, and I think that is the reason why the lead is so significant. However, we do see that the lead is getting smaller and smaller between the second and third spot, with Miramar United being able to jump ahead a little bit by 3 points compared to Golden Cat. Could this be short-lived for the side Miramar United Esports? We'll have to wait and see as we go into Miramar. The bottom half of the overall leaderboard tells a different story, however. It is going to be not that much in terms of the differences between MSC Teraton, Astra, Fury, Gearbox, Carnage, Bahamut Gaming, Victim Rise, as well as Eagles and the Shooter. However, the lackluster performances for some of these games, for some of these lower bracket teams, lower tabulated teams, is actually very worrying indeed. We did see MSC Teraton have a little bit of a hot and cold situation where they were taking some of these fights that did not benefit them, and I feel that their hands were forced to actually commit to some of these fights. And I feel that a lot of these teams are put in a situation where their backs are against the wall and you cannot work with whatever you have. You just got to fight through and try to create an opening for yourself. And I feel that MSC Teraton has been on the receiving end of that particular trend that has been very revealing towards them. Because when they get their backs against the wall, it seems that MSC Teraton were not able to adapt to some situation. Astra has also been very interesting indeed with their very scrappy performances. But Fury, though, rather sad to see them actually drop down from the upper half of the leaderboards to the lower half of the leaderboards now, which is going to be a cause of concern for the Australian standouts. Gearbox, Carnage, Bahamut Gaming, Victim Rise, and Eagle Sentinel Shooter right now are going to be holding on as the bottom half of our total leaderboards as we end our Erangel segment of today, Jay.
Yep, absolutely. And now let's take a look at the top killers from as of the end of match number 3. Joeman leading the way with 23 kills. He's going to be outperforming Haisaki, who only has 20 kills. Jayers, though, also going to be contributing for Q Confirm, as he's going to get 18 himself. So he's going to be pretty happy with that. And it's going to be filled out here in terms of the top killers by 2 more Thai nationals here in the form of Tonke and Nora, who both represent Golden Cat and Buriram United Esports, respectively. And now let's take a quick look here at the top damage dealers, and we're seeing a very familiar trend here, and very similar lineup. Joeman leading the way. Haisaki going to be very close behind him with 3,329 points of damage. Jayers going to be in 3rd position. Archer also going to be again in this top spot, and Gems going to be closing things out in the number 5 position.
What's interesting to note also, Jay, is that across the kills and damage that has been incurred, that outgoing damage that has been set from the side of these teams, what's interesting to note is the fact that 5 of those spots are actually held by members of Q Confirm, which is an indicator of the amount of I would say micro level skill that I feel that Q Confirm is actually benefiting from. And I do believe that the amount of damage that is being put out, as well as the high number of eliminations from those 2 members of Q Confirm, as well as the 3 members of Q Confirm for damage as well, is a revealing factor in terms of who they need to take down first. Because I believe that when some of these key players like Haisaki and Joeman and the Jayers, if I'm not mistaken, gets taken down relatively quickly, and it seems to unravel a little bit for teams like Q Confirm. But they do have a rather interesting shift in terms of focusing on the sustainability of the entire team and the overall health, rather than going in for those kill commitments that I feel that could prove detrimental to them at the time. So it does goes to show that Q Confirm has been a very interesting factor here in terms of the powerhouse that they represent. But at the same time, it is going to be interesting to note what the other teams are going to be emulating here as we go into Miramar. It does give a little bit of a slower pace, and it does give a lot more priority towards circle placement as well as rotations into the circle. So what are your thoughts on that before we go on our break, Jay?
Well, I think, I'm actually looking at the time, I think we're going to probably go straight into the next game here. But I think, looking at all of these things here, I think when going into the Miramar segment, again, the more methodical teams, which are more exacting, especially when it comes to how they want to make their transitions into the mid game from whichever start that they're able to achieve, that is going to be a big determinant factor here. Now, QC definitely going to be one of those very methodical teams, very disciplined teams, and I think you brought up a good point on their individual skill, and they were able to reflect that in the kills and the damage charts. But I think something that I want to draw attention to here as well is that the team is giving each other opportunities. The way that they're playing cohesively together is able to accomplish that measure of success for each other. So while everyone definitely at this level of play is going to be having a high degree of skill, it's still something that Q Confirm has definitely worked out for themselves by giving each other space to work with and the opportunity to claim those kills.
Well, it is interesting to note that Biram United were able to score into the top 3 spots now. And what's also interesting to note is that Biram United is going to be the team that has quite a number of points that they have scored. They are the highest scoring point scorers for Miramar. So this could be an interesting benefit for Biram United to actually push themselves up to a second place, considering that Cerberus Esports were one of the earlier teams to get eliminated day before yesterday. And match number 5 or match number 4 of Miramar's of the day 1 PCS matchup. So I do believe that that could be an interesting factor here for Sai Biram to play the spoiler and try to knock down members of Cerberus Esports a few pegs here in terms of their placements in the overall leaderboards. But we'll have to wait and see, as we are going to be watching some clips from the previous match here, as we did see some crazy highlights that are coming in from the side of Golden Cat. Look at that. Maxonus right now showing how much of a beast he is, being able to take them down with a reckless abandon and without worrying towards some of the crazy long-range shots that could put him down for the count. Some big kill credits for him as we head into the viewpoint of Fury Australia. What do you think about this Australian team standard? They did quite interesting. They were rather interesting in the first day. However, the second day hasn't been a very fruitful day for them. What do you feel they're not doing right moving forward into these matchups?
Well, I think Fury, they definitely did very well in day number 1. They did get into the top 5 3 times, and they did manage to haul in a decent number of kills. But I can't help but feel that their transition from early to mid game here has not been working out too well for them. They've been caught out a few times, and that's led to a little bit decreased cohesiveness. So that definitely just puts them on edge for the entire round. And I mean, I don't want to say that maybe they feel that they overachieved in the first day, and then now they're set the bar for themselves quite high, and just missing out. I mean, certain rounds cannot go your way. That's a way of life and how PUBG is, right? But that, compared to how they did yesterday, that could also be something that they are not going to be dealing with as well as they would have liked. So I think they just need to go back to the basics here. Just make sure that their rotation timings are nice and crisp. Their overall team coordination and spacing and positioning is going to be good in relation to each other, and they should be able to get something solid here. And we should probably be able to see them churn out some good results, because the first 3 games today, they have really not managed to get a whole lot going. Now, they did manage to get maybe just one kill so far, but the rest of the time they have not been able to get anything going, and they've actually only managed to get one placing point as well.
All right, so as we see it from the perspective of a day trade from Thailand, we do see that they are going to be ranked 6th with a total of 43 points with a kill points of 31, a ranking 6th spot in total with their kill rank as well. So that is a relatively good spot here for day trade to be. What is also interesting to note is that Maugi as well as Golden Cats are going to be not too far off away from, Maugi, DIC Gaming as well as day trade. They don't have that much of gap between themselves in terms of points, so it could be anyone's game here for the 5th to 7th spots. Who gets eliminated first in these next few matches is going to determine most of the middle of the pack. We have seen historically that members of Miramar United were quite consistent towards the Miramar matchups, as they were able to accrue the highest number of points across the 2 maps of Miramar that we played yesterday. And could this ring true for them? We'll have to wait and see. However, following from the side of Carnage, they are going to be moving rather quickly as we switch over towards MSC Theraton, rather alone here, coming in from Roslyn Jr., as other members, Jankutov, as well as Ilonix and Yoshiminori are going to be rather split off. And for those of you who are all about picking them and winning them, make sure you enter these codes as quickly as possible onto the esports app at the PUBG client within your particular Steam accounts here, within your particular PUBG clients, mainly because that you will be able to put in some votes in and stand a chance to win up to 100,000 EP and be able to just purchase whatever skins that you guys want. Remember, skins to wins, it's all about the flex, it's all about the dances there, as you are going to be able to walk away with the possibility of 100,000 EP. Let's go back into the game. Jay, what's going on right now for Q Confirmed?
So Gems here did manage to evade a little bit of that fire while being in rotation. They're coming out from DIC Gaming, but he's going to escape relatively unscathed right now. And now we're going to see more teams starting to continue, not really starting, but continuing onwards with their rotation, see if they can get into a bit of better spots. And with the zone that we have for this match, it is definitely one that is going to be prompting very decisive position taking here, because it's going to be covering quite a substantial bit of unplayable area, and with that in mind, it will usually accelerate the timing that all of these teams have for their rotations, because there's just going to be so much less real estate available. And you can see that Tinoy here just trying to get where he wants to go ASAP, does not want to or rather not enable his team to secure their planned spots here, as really the timings for everyone is kind of thrown off by any circle that you see like this.
And when we look at it from the perspective of Maugi right now, they are not going to be able to hit onto Jexi. He is going to be holding on towards the spot with relative safe, but I do with a safety. But I do believe that he does hear the audio cue of members of Maugi actually pass by him, which is going to give him a little bit of a sense of care when he wants to actually rotate closer towards other members of Eagles at the Shooter. Or we might see. And it seems that Man was not intending to take some of the shots, and could be another opportunity missed again. Maugi right now, not being punished by members. Oh, some shot there, being able to land 1 or 2. Oh, extra fragger as well. I think this is a very good spot here. Eagles at the Shooter showing some of their trigger discipline here, as members of Maugi were passing off, and it seems that Jet right now has been taken out from the count here, as we see Top 1 Sever as well, taking in a little bit of the shots, immediately goes down on his belly. Gaokun, as we do see Eagles at the Shooter taking some of the shots, as Vandal 9 scores another kill, scores a down onto Gaokun. And to Gakon, and it seems that there could be a rotation here for the side of Jexi to hold on towards this top side, this top hill here, and this could be very interesting for the Indonesian team of Eagles at the Shooter to get this upper hill high ground advantage against Maugi. To just put down members of the Vietnamese team of Maugi and put them in a detrimental situation here, Jay.
I love the tenacity shown here by the likes of Eagle Sentinel Shooter to really spring this trap here, and they're going to yield some points from it. But now looks like we're going to see Namsi getting a little bit of a glimpse there of the likes of Day Trade. They are going to be over by the Lembedita crater, so that could be a very tumultuous fight if they're not too careful. Flash taking quite a bit of damage. Namsi going to rotate around the side here, see if he can land more shots with the barrel, but right now Flash is hightailing it. He's just not fast enough, as his namesake would suggest, but now looks like there's going to be more attraction to this area here as Tonke and the rest of Golden Cat is seeing this battle unfold, as we're seeing more detriment landing onto the likes of Day Trade. But now it's going to be Divine who has to take their turn in the spotlight here, rather unwantedly, I would dare say, as Levi's is going to get finished off there after he gets completely pounded there from the high ground.
All right, as we're going to be seeing some good shots there, as you said, pounding from the high ground is definitely going to be on the menu for them, as we do see members of Day Trade right now maybe buckling under the pressure that is coming in from the enemy team of Divine. It seems that one of those flashes was not in favor of Namsi, was flashing himself for a while before he goes up. This is going to be an interesting opportunity for him to actually take down members of Day Trade. That's one, that's two. Nicely done, as Mighty Vanotica will be down for the count for the side of Day Trade. One more member left on the outside will be able to get as many utilities as well as healing as they can from this situation here. Replenishment of healing is definitely going to be on their favor here, as they were able to take down the entire team except for Puchius, which is going to be the full surviving member of Day Trade.
Yeah, so right now Chimoy here is on the run. He's got the entirety of Gearbox right in front of him, not able to land enough shots, but currently they're not going to be coming up over the top. Kamal's giving enough coverage there, but Sixax is going to take down Zoidmate, and now the rest of Astra is starting to get away. Extreme will be able to crest the hill there, but not going to happen for his teammate, as he's going to actually be meeting his end pretty early here. But YA and Jen here are both down at the moment, as Victim Rise looking to take control here on the coastal side of things, and they should be able to secure these kills. I don't think that Jun and Chin are going to be in a great position, but Chibrit here, he's going to be all the way around the side. He could either offer some good flanking shots here, but if he's caught out all by himself there, there's not an awful lot the rest of the team can do. That's why he's moving along the side here. At least his teammates can see him from long range. He's going to be able to spot out Jun, who's going to be down by the side of the road, but he does have a little bit of a defilade to work with there. But Sin here is trying to prevent the counter flank here, and he's going to be able to land the shots there. Chibrit here is going to be out for it, but it looks like Victim Rise is still going to be able to take down the Gearbox teammate there, as Jun gets finished off. Genpos finishes it. Chin now is all by himself. He's actually going to hightail out of there, live to see and fight another day.
All right, so we're going to be watching from the side of Chin. Gearbox being able to secure only one elimination for them, as we do see that it could be Victim Rise that could victimize him here, but it seems that the high ground advantage is going to go over towards Gearbox, but it seems that this line of sight has been established for the side of Gearbox, the surviving member, as Seymour right now looking towards getting that chase on, taking a little bit of the damage early on for phase number 3. Only 50 seconds left before the close begins to start. So as we watch here, there is going to be some interesting pushes that is coming in, because it is going to be hugging slightly on the coast of Miramar here. Bahamut Gaming's Art God right now going for almost a full clip spray, none of them hitting the intended target that he was aiming at, as Noctan looks to aim towards members of Astra, and it seems that the Astra team, Nikos, as well as Extreme and Linksy, are going to be moving in a two-pair group, with Extreme lurking behind or lurking ahead. No visibility of where Extreme is in this particular matchup, in this particular viewpoint. As we see right now, God, Meow, Nordra, Yadi, and Konaxi for the side of Buriram United are going to be hailing a little bit of fire here towards members of Carnage. Monty returns fire towards God Meow, and God Meow looks to be God awfully hurt with some of these shots. Luckily enough, those shots were not fatal and will not punish him too much.
Yeah, so we'll be able to stake it out into the later stages, but now Golden Cat is going to be moving into the zone here from the western side. They do have MSC Theathon making life difficult, but looks like it's going to be the members here, Bahamut Gaming, who are going to be feeling it even more, as Rosita Jr. is going to be able to get that long-range shot to land here, and it's going to be putting them in a very dicey position. Buriram United also trying to exert their influence here at long range. They are going to see if they can continue to build the momentum, as of course, after getting that breakout performance in the previous game, they'll definitely want to try and do that. Of course, Miramar might slow things down a little bit, but they're showing no signs that it's hampering their efforts. But Buriram, I think, looking at the overall picture here, they could be a bit more consistent here than Cerberus, and wouldn't be surprised if they get outstripped. And speaking of Cerberus, looks like they're getting picked off at long range here, and Anquan is actually going to be doing one onto his fellow Vietnamese countrymen, and that is really going to hurt their chances in the later stages here. Cerberus, even if they do make up some points onto Q Confirm, it seems as though they do themselves no favors here.
All right, so we do see Cerberus right now. Historically, they have suffered quite a tremendous, not to say tremendous loss, but quite a few detrimental plays as well as detrimental performances in the Miramar matchups here. Could be an opportunity for members of Buriram United to score themselves closer and closer towards Q Confirm, but Q Confirm as well, they are still managing themselves with 4 in their squad in total, so there has to be an opportunity for the side of Q Confirm for them to be able to maintain a very interesting lead if they're able to walk away with this the victor, mainly because that they are holding on towards the slightly center of the circle, as well as members of Bahamut Gaming, Buriram United as well, a little bit more spread out comparatively with Naudra, a little bit lagging behind compared to some of the other teams. We might see some of these shots coming in from the side of Bahamut Gaming and members of DIC Gaming towards members of CS. So this could be interesting for members of DIC to actually be the spoiler for the side of Cerberus Esports, as we do see other teams are moving as quickly as possible to try to get as much high ground as they can. High ground equals more info, equals more avenues to take some of these shots. Simoy taking some of the shots against Eddie.
And Konaxi going to be flanking around the side here, getting the shots there to land on Timoy, and that is going to be awkward for Victim Rice to try and get him out of that pickle there, as they're all taking fire here from God Beyond, but looks like Sixren here is going to be throwing a spanner right there in his direction, and now the rear guard for Buriram United is going to be in a pickle, but now Basil, the last player here, he's going to get spotted out by Goktan, as the Magi player is going to be able to surprise him in quick fashion over here by Junkyard. I'm not even too sure if he was absolutely aware there, but I think Jet, he should be relatively safe now. And Maugi Esports, they have to be thanking their lucky stars they made it this far, considering that they were involved in that big trap that Eagle 365 also got them involved in, but now they are going to continue onwards with the 3 people. Golden Cat, though, is going to be unloading onto CBD, but looks like a ball of flames erupting there, as Carnage is going to be finishing off the likes of Victim Rise. The Indonesian squad will be going out in 14th place.
16 teams, and it seems that 3 teams have been eliminated with the form of Cerberus, Day Trade, as well as Victim Rise in no particular order, but it seems that coming in for the side of DIC Gaming, JJ Leo right now looking to get some of these shots off, and it's going to be Maxonas that gets taken down with 74L1's a nade, nicely tossed down, although JJ Leo was able to come in and score one of those takedowns. Anquan right now taking some of these shots towards members of Golden Cat, immediately tries to put the grenade, and beautifully done there, coming in from the side of DIC Gaming. Some very good sprays there, but we do see Golden Cat right now losing out on man. Their man advantage with 6 packs now, bleeding out with Anquan getting that kill credit, as we do see DIC Gaming may actually get themselves involved with the backstab here from the side of Fury. JJ Leo has been taken down. Kamuka will be able to get those skill credits. There goes another nade. Will it be a Kobe? And you see that it lands on the CVD, but CVD will be able to not take any of this damage, as Fury right now coming in with the furious flank onto the side of DIC. They have the numbers and they have the information. Will it be Fury? Will it be DIC? Let's wait and see, Jay.
Right now, Anquan and CVD hightailed out of there pretty quickly, but now looking at this pickle that they're in, the entirety of Fury Australia has totally surrounded this compound. Now they have to try and avoid taking these 1v1 fights here, but CVD taking a ton of damage early on here, but Anquan still healing up a little bit. Kika Mukau trying to see, can he put the final touches here onto the Vietnamese player, but he's going to get flanked there. Anquan getting cover, but looks like he's going to be traded straight away, as now they're looking to see, can they find that last player? CVD was out in the open there, lying prone, so he's going to be finished off in quick fashion. Fury Australia, though, did have one of their players knocked down, but should be having enough time to try and get him up. So I think that's still going to quiet down in terms of the action there on the southwestern side. But here over on the east, we still have Buriram United. They have managed to keep things solid. They still have the 4 players to work with here in this game, but they do have the likes of Carnage that they be worried about. And Rain, he's going to be all the way here on the south side, and he could be an absolute thorn in the side of the Thai team. And they have to be a little bit mindful if they want to try and get 2 consecutive wins.
All right, coming in from the New Zealand team of Carnage, it seems that Rain, as well as 3 of his other members, will be able to score a total of 3 eliminations for themselves, and they have a total of 4 members of the team. We do see now that Rain is raining some good shots onto the side of Buriram's Nordra, and Nordra has been taken out from this game, but he's got to be careful that he does not get spotted out by Godmiao as well as Konaxi and Eddie. He is trying to come up from behind. Could this be a backstab opportunity for the side of Carnage and for them to be able to cause a little bit of carnage? And it seems that Nordra already has been confirmed to kill Godmiao right now, getting some push shots off. Nicely done there, and Rain will suffer the rain of fire that is Godmiao towards him as he tries to regroup towards his members, other members of Buriram United. Buriram United right now, Rain already bleeding out and down for the count, as we see B2, Monty as well, 6 Rain are holding on towards this particular shot. It is going to be a 3v3 fight with Buriram United having a little bit of advantage with the high ground here, and we do see that it isn't that much of an advantage, for the side of Buriram United, as they have to be fighting into this location. So we do see that Carnage right now, for the side of Monty, looking towards getting some of these opportunities to take down 1 or 2 members of Buriram United.
Expecting there's going to be quite a bit of carnage here, as now we're seeing Eagle 365 moving in here as well. Looking at the shots they're going to try to put onto both of the teams here. Monty goes down. Entry Fragger is going to steal it there from Konaxi, and now looks like they're trying to see if they can put the final touches there onto the Carnage players. They're going to get completely wiped out here, where Konaxi is going to be knocked down yet again here, as the likes of Buriram United, they're just trying to get out of this hole. They are starting to tank blue damage. It's not looking too good here, as the Sentinel shooters here, they're going to be raining down from the higher ground there available to, or rather they're going to get rained down upon by the likes of Buriram Esports. But there's only going to be 2 players left here, Godmiao and Eddie, trying to see what they can do, but they're going to get caught out there, as Turtle from Divine Esports is going to weigh in, as now they are drawn to the increasing sound of gunfire.
Well, the sounds of gunfire are the crescendo that is the 6th phase of the game. 30 seconds left before phase 6 comes to an end, and we start, before phase 7 begins its start. And we do see that Eagles at the shooter right now, Jaxi, looking to getting some of these shots with his SKS. Nate there being tossed up to this direction of Nikki. Nikki could actually serve to be the spoiler here in between himself as well as Eagle Sentinel shooter, but we do see off camera it is going to be Nocturne as well as members of Astra fighting out against one another. Jet as we take it out for the count, and nope, it's not going to be enough, as Maugi Esports will be taken out by the New Zealand team of Astra. We're going to be watching Eagles at the shooter right now. Entry Fragger living up to his name, fragging one, but will not be able to get the other one. Has to immediately get his healing utilities up and running. Will be animation locked in that particular situation. Got to be careful that he doesn't get pushed up. There we go. Joman right now immediately coming in and taking down Divine Esports and Namsi as well as Nikki. But it is not going to be over, as more fights are underway, and it should be Q confirmed going up against the Indonesian team. And we do see that Eagles as a shooter right now getting more and more kills in this particular situation.
Yeah, they are getting more kills than they have in any of their other games so far, and they're looking to increase that against the leaders, no less, and that's going to be Q Confirm coming in from behind Divine Esports. And look at them, they're actually withdrawing here as they don't like the positioning that they currently have, and good thing that they're doing that because Jin, the last surviving member there from Gearbox, he could actually be a real pest in their side if they're not careful, as you can already see that Eagle Sentinel Shooter already going to be taking the spoils of war there. They're going to loot up a little bit more before they decide to embark on a further killing spree, but they have been having a very good round. But Q Confirm, very quiet so far. That is actually their first altercation and first 2 kills there of the game, but they managed to maintain their full squad strength, and again, consistently getting to the later stages. But now Golden Cat is going to be facing that consistency problem here as they run into a rock that is going to be the likes of Fury Australia.
Alright, MSC Therathon will be able to go up the ladder by 1 point there. Ever since they were able to eliminate Astra out for the count, so it is 1 more kill away for the side of 2 more kills away for the side of MSC Therathon for them to be able to score more kills and actually go up towards the upper side of the tabulated scoreboard for the overall standing. So we do see now that it is going to be 16 with 15 live. Let's get a breakdown here for these members. I do believe that Q Confirm has about 2 to 3 members, if I'm not mistaken, with MSC having 3 as well, Fury having 2, GB having 1, BG having 2, as well as Eagle Sentinel Shooter having 3. So there is going to be a definite numbers advantage for the side of Q Confirm. Svit right now taking some of these shots. However, the kills for the side of Q Confirm is rather lackluster in this particular matchup here today for match number 4, our first match of Miramar here at the PCS1 APAC Day 2 match 4, Jay.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they're just trying to, continue to maintain good position here, and whether that yields kills or not, that's what remains to be seen. But Chin here going to be lying in wait here for all the approaching members. He's going to mow down 1. Can he get another? He's going to deal significant damage. He gets 2. Vandal 9 still up there. He's going to throw whatever utility he has left. He only has 15 HP. Vandal is going to be able to finish him off, but not before he throws out the Molotov. But this is going to be the go sign here for Q Confirm. Spit is looking to take advantage. He was completely watching this entire area. He's dealing damage before, but now he can deal the final touches there onto the Indonesian team, but they're all hiding out in the smoke, and now there's going to be a bit more long-range fire coming towards in the form of Bamboo Gaming as they're trying to lock them down, but it's going to be Entry Fragger going down as now Vandal 9 is going to be the last surviving member for the likes of Eagle Sentinel Shooter. They have got 8 kills here on the board, and looks like there's going to be an AWM entering the field of play here. Let's see what Bamboo Gaming can do with this.
Alright, it seems that members of Confirmed, were able to take down Entry Fragger from the side of Eagle Sentinel Shooter. Now we do see that for the side of Bahamut Gaming, Fury, MSC Therathon, as well as Q Confirmed, they are relatively playing this with a little bit of conservatism. What is interesting to note is Fury's insight is holding on towards members of MSC. So if Fury decides to fire upon them, I do believe that members of QC may be able to identify the location based on the sound cue and immediately put some rounds down the range here. But they've got to be careful that they don't get caught in a situation where they won't be able to move as freely as they can. I do believe that members of Q Confirm, like you said, they're not fallible. They are fallible. There is opportunities for them to make mistakes. And one of the biggest mistakes I feel that Q Confirm does when they are trapped in certain fights, they have sometimes their back against the wall and they don't try to minimize whatever risk that they have when it comes to committing to some of these fights. So we do see that for the side of MSC Therathon, BG, as well as Eagle Sentinel Shooter, they are going to be holding on towards some semblance of advantages. Only MSC as well as QC are equal in terms of numbers, whereas BG as well as Eagle Sentinel Shooter may have a problem in terms of realizing their numbers advantage compared to QC as well as MSC.
Well, right now, QC, they're trying to cover as many angles as possible, make sure they don't fall into that false sense of security and get backstab, as you did say. But now looks like Bamu Gaming repositioning a little bit. Vandal 9 caught out there. He is burning alive here. He has to run right into a hail of lead there, as Jayers will oblige to send him back to the lobby. But now Bamu Gaming is going to firmly attract the attention there from the Thai leaders. Svit coming out over the top, trying to see. Can he spot them? Arcod not able to connect there with the AWM shot, but he's going to continue to toss out utility. But there still could be potential for the numbers advantage here for Q Confirm to completely envelop the Filipino squad. But it will be a bit more on the dicey edge, as now MSC Therathon, they are having dominance on that northern side. There's only these 3 teams left here. All they have to do is start to move a little bit further south and start to isolate these teams and figure out how they want to try and approach this as much as possible. They have to actually cross the road at some point as well, just to try and get a bit closer to the center zone. This is the final one. We're going to see everyone collide here in just a few moments.
And I totally agree with you on that particular point. And to elaborate a little bit more on that is the fact that Q Confirm as well as MSC are enjoying the numbers benefit and the benefit of numbers in that overall manpower. However, Bahamut Gaming does not have the same luxury. But I do believe that Bahamut Gaming could have a very interesting opportunity to win another big chicken dinner, while members of MSC as well as Q Control Q Confirmed, are fighting against one another. But they have to be very wary that they don't get spotted out, as we do see some shots that coming in, and oh my boy, being able to take down Yoshin Minburi, taking away those kill credits from the side of Gems, Q Confirm's Gems.
So right now, looks like more shots raining down here. MSC, though, is trying to just get out of this hole that they're currently in. Bamu Gaming also trying to weigh in on this three-way fight, but it looks like it's going to be Rosited that actually is going to be falling down. MSC not in a great spot, but now Arcon is taking the opportunity. He's going to go for the big flank there. He finishes off Jayers in quick fashion with the distraction going on, and he actually finishes also the last MSC player. Now it's only going to be a Bamu Gaming versus Q Confirm. It's going to be a 2v2 fight at the moment here, as now looks like Gems coming out around the side. AK Manhattan is not enough here. Arcon with almost no HP remaining. Zid is going to be able to trade though, and now it's a 1v1. Spit dealing it out with My Boy. My Boy has full HP though. He can come up over the top here, but right now Spit is still posturing. There's not a lot of room here. He's actually tossing the pad out here. I'm not sure if that's going to do anything, but that is confidence there for My Boy, and Bamu Gaming is going to claim their second chicken dinner of the tournament.
I think what was really interesting is that that toss of the pan was maybe a distraction, or maybe some form of how to say bait to make him bite onto the fact that, oh, his positioning is there. So it could have been a very interesting aspect there coming in from the side of Q Confirm, being able to try to, not to say being able, wanting to take that fight head on. And I do have to commend the Filipinos and their fierceness in Miramar. I do believe that Bahamut Gaming was able to clutch it out despite the fact that the numbers were not in their favor. And it seems that the urgency that they played at, the speed that they played at for their final few circles is definitely indicative of a very, very good final few circles that definitely paid dividends for them. However, I think in total they were able to only score about 5 to 6 kills, if I'm not mistaken. So they have to improve their numbers here if they want to make a bigger splash in the top 8 of the entire match leaderboards here, the overall leaderboards. And a big win. They're coming in for the side of the Filipinos. I think it is their second chicken dinner, and I think it's the only map where they are able to get 2 chicken dinners thus far for the side of the Filipino team of Bahamut Gaming. Big props to them. We would like to see a little bit more improvement, and we would like to see a little bit more adjustment as the series progresses for the Philippines.
I think Bahamut Gaming is definitely favoring their results here on Miramar, and let's take a look and see how many points that they actually did manage to get over here. And it is actually going to be 5 kills here, so 15 points for them, as they're going to be able to take it away in this final game. That 3-way fight there with MSC, Therathon, and Q Confirm, they're going to come out on top. But Q Confirm, of course, doing a very solid performance in the later stages. They were very quiet early on, but they did manage to secure 13 points in that game. So that's going to help them extend the lead substantially over their closest rivals, who didn't quite manage to get quite a lot going, as Eagle Sentinel Shooter threw 8 kills. That's their highest kill total so far over the course of the 9 rounds that we've seen here at PCS1. They're going to get 12 points. Fury Australia, they must have heard us, because they definitely changed things up here, and they've had a lot more solid fights going forward and able to really just get into the later stages quite solid fashion. But MSC Therathon, even when it seemed as though that they had the numbers to work with and whatnot, it didn't really fall for them, you know, and as a result, they're going to be only getting 8 points when they could have been really challenging for the later stages, as they just got too spaced out in that game and not able to get each other off the ground.
And that's something that members that they have to be very, very wary of. As we take a look at the bottom half of the leaderboard, of the match leaderboards, Divine Esports, Astra, Buriram United Esports, DIC Gaming, Victim Rise, Malgi Esports, Cerberus Esports, as well as Daytrade Gaming are going to be the teams that make up the bottom half of this leaderboard. The biggest casualty in this particular matchup is definitely going to be Cerberus Esports as well as Daytrade. They were actually actively climbing up the ladder really, really well. We'll have to wait and see what the overall leaderboard has to say. So let's take a look at the overall leaderboard thus far to see Q Confirm right now with 150 total points, and they are definitely going to be enjoying their 3 chicken dinner wins, as well as the big leap ahead of Golden Cat as well as Buriram United. So what's interesting to note is that the 2nd and 3rd place as well as 4th is going to be up for grabs between these 3 teams. It is an all-tie affair from 1st, 2nd and 3rd spot, as all 3 Thai teams of Q Confirm, Golden Cat as well as Buriram United are going to be holding top 3 spots. Cerberus Esports are going to be the only Vietnamese team onto the 4th spot, whereas it's going to be another Thai team of MSC Therathon holding on to the 5th spot. Maui Esports from Vietnam is going to be holding on to the 6th. 7th is going to be Daytrade Gaming, and 8th is going to be DIC Gaming, making up and rounding off our top 8 for our total leaderboards, Jay.
Bamut Gaming, though, will be in that 9th spot after getting all these points here from match 4 of today. 43 points. And they're looking pretty good here on Miramar. And since that we're going to be playing a lot more Miramar over the next 2 playdays next week, they're going to be looking forward to that prospect if Miramar is indeed their preferred map. Divine Esports slowly sliding down the table. It seemed to be quite passive coming out from them so far today, and just really have not been able to get any significantly beneficial engagements to go for them. Fury Australia are going to be advancing up a little bit here after getting those points in the previous game, but for the most part, the bottom half of the table has remained relatively unchanged. Astra, Gearbox, Carnage, Eagle 365 or Eagle Sentinel Shooter, and Victim Rise going to be rounding things out.
And as we said time and time again, there is going to be a possibility for some of these teams, some of the teams like Bahamut Gaming, to actually score a little bit more and basically climb up the ladders, but they've got a lot of work to consider for themselves. It is rather interesting to note that Bahamut Gaming actually comes to fight in Miramar compared to Erangel, so it could be interesting to note that as the tournament progresses and we play more on Miramar compared to Erangel, it could actually catapult the Filipinos up towards the top spots. However, is the gap too much between themselves and the top spot? We'll have to wait and see, because there is so much we have to cover and we have one more game. Do you have any closing words before we go on a short little break, Jay?
Well, I think we saw again, you know, that tenacity and the grit and determination from a lot of these teams being shown here on day number 2 is the name of the game. But again, you know, we're seeing that the current leaders and potential champions here of Q Confirm are not resting on their laurels. They're looking to continue to grind out these performances, even if it means that they don't take any aggressive fights. They don't get any kills until the 20-minute mark. And so with that, ladies and gentlemen, we will be taking a short break. And when we come back, we'll be having our final match of the day here at the PCS1 APAC Showdown. And we'll be back in just a few minutes.
그러다 보니까 남아있는 선수들은 그냥 들어가야 될 것 같은데. 네. 자, 위키도 혼자 다시아로 이동하고 있는데 쿼드로가 기다리고 있어요. 안전구역을 체크하려는 첫발대 움직임이죠. 이거는 어쩔 수가 없어요. 예. 아, 위키드. 네. 잡힙니다. 다른 인원들은 이때 안쪽. 야야야! 어?
应该还是选择想要拉燕离。
对，哇，那就会让燕里越来越难被救起来了。修尊一个人先放到嘉伟在。
Yep, look who's coming over. Better luck next time. They were one of the teams, one of the 3 teams in excellent positions at the start. Arguably, maybe 4. Page has to go big or he's done. Formation and control around that. This could be the downfall. Decent attempt from Page. He's working every angle possible. And that phase Tornado Energy fight is not over. FaZe are back on their feet, but as are Tornado Energy. And then further from the circle, Page. No, what a mistake from Page. Really just taking away these moments from the opposition. And all he has to do is cost them more, and he's done.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PCS1 APAC tournament right now, and we are going to have our final match of the evening. I hope you've been having an awesome one. I know that we have, and by we, I mean the amazing Hal and Play of the Jay.
And it's been a crazy ton of events here as we are going to be exploring the sandy and dusty dunes of Miramar. It has been very revealing indeed to show that the Filipino team of Bahamut Gaming were able to score a big big winner chicken dinner for the first match of Miramar, our 4th match of today. So it is interesting to note that the Filipino team has had repeated luck and repeated wins in Miramar. Will that success translate into another win in Miramar? We shall have to wait and see as we go into our fifth and final game of day number 2 of the PUBG Continental Series 1 here today. Ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be interesting indeed. It is going to be from east to west. The flight path is going to give quite a bit of grief for some of you guys who do not like this kind of style. I do believe that some people prefer, diagonal flight paths, and I mean, it really depends on how you want to make it work. 16 teams, 64 players on the map already, and we can see already that some of the hotspots are going to be Monte Nuevo, Picado, San Martin, La Bendita, Minas Generales. A graveyard could be a very interesting spot. Chumachera could be on the menu, as well as El Pozo, and places like Impala could be spots where we could see some of these fights transpire, or movements from these spots to other spots could be where some of the pickoffs for rotational pickoffs could happen. What are your thoughts on the flight path, Jay, and what do you think is in store for us for this final match here today?
Well, I think the flight path, again, well, it's not exactly your diagonal through the map entirety. I do believe that it's still going to give these guys a chance to go for what they are comfortable with, if not their first choice, their second choice drop position here. But now, looking at the zone here, it's actually going to cover only half of the teams approximately that we saw from the flight path. And it's actually not too similar from what we saw in the previous round. And I think looking at that, it definitely accelerated things a little bit in terms of the early game confrontations, and we did see the likes of Eagle Sentinel Shooter, setting up these traps here from Malgi Esports, who were able to successfully navigate out of it. But this is looking like our very first confrontation. Chin here from Gearbox is going to say hello to Carnage, and Rain is going to go down without so much of a whimper there, as he's just not looted up in the slightest. He's definitely only managed to get the vehicle, as it is quite typical for teams to focus your attention on dropping onto the vehicle spawns and not so much on getting some of the early game loot that is definitely going to help you in such situations. But now we're having another potential standoff here, as we're going to see Astra Zoid mate and Pucha is here from Daytrade. But Daytrade, they've kind of fallen off the mark, and I think from that strong game that they had on Erangel, they seem as though that they're not really able to transition or keep up the momentum, are they, Nick?
And that's the problem here, coming in from the side of coming in from them, because if they don't keep up the momentum and they don't have that sense of urgency, the problem that could arise from it is that they tend to keep themselves in a situation where they stay in detrimental spots. And Puchius right now with the long rifle here, trying to get some of these shots off. Very interesting indeed here. Could actually reveal himself to Zoid Mate's got to be careful, though, as we do see Zoid Mate right now may actually get the audio cue and push out to Puchius. And it seems that that shot from Puchius may actually put him into a bit of trouble here, as we are going to be switching over to his Buriram United, which is pretty close by towards members of Cerberus. Oh, some good shot there with the shotgun here from Puchius. Puchius will be able to take one onto the side of Star. It does take a little bit of damage here and gets taken down for the count due to the damage over time that has happened with him being set on fire. Very nicely done from the side of a Linksy here, as Astra will be able to get a kill of their own here, but they got to be very wary that other members of Daytrade do not act upon this. Or I think it may be that Daytrade will just be like, hey, you know what, let's just forget about this, let's just forget about him, minimize our losses, just nip whatever detriments that we have in the bud and just move on to the next spot. So it seems that two players already have been removed from the game, one from Daytrade and one from Carnage early on.
Yeah, so by the way, ladies and gentlemen, you know the drill. Make sure that you enter this code as fast as possible, and you could be in with a chance of getting that coupon to vote for the Pick M Challenge. Who you think is going to be winning out here? And as Nick was saying in the previous game, you pretty much got a very clear horse that you could choose here to actually get you that 100,000 EP that you can use to spend on even more PCS1 skins. So make sure you get in on that action. But now it looks like back in this game, Day Trade, as you said, they've completely gone past that, and I think that in the competitive play, there's definitely no room for going for the revenge kills and whatnot. But I mean, when we play our own games online in public format, we definitely feel as though this is something that needs to be done. But I think the discipline shown by a lot of these teams, is always something to be admired.
All right, so Cerberus right now may actually take some of these shots towards members of Bahamut Gaming. Bahamut Gaming looking towards getting another winner chicken dinner for themselves in this match number 5. So it's rather imperative for them. It's rather important for them to actually survive and try not to get themselves cut down. But it seems that the curse of the casters is real, as Art God will be the first casualty here. Could it be another casualty for the side as Bank from the side of Cerberus Esports? The Vietnamese team definitely has quite a bit of an advantage here over the side of Bahamut Gaming. Bahamut Gaming immediately going for the heels here, as Basil right now may come from the side. So this is going to be a rather interesting dynamic, Jay. What do you think could happen here? Does Cerberus have members of Bahamut Gaming's numbers already, or could Bahamut Gaming actually turn this around?
Oh, this is a high-risk, high-reward kind of engagement, and Basil's feeling it already here as he gets spotted out there, and he's got no backup in the near vicinity. So that's the problem by this kind of maneuver that we're seeing coming out from the Vietnamese team, as they really cannot afford to get knocked down as you would see in a traditional fight. Haisaki taking a bit of damage there as the nade flying up over the top. He's still trying to boost up a little bit more while he still has the time and get to a little bit more cover from his teammate. But oh, look at Divine Esport, they're in trouble. They're trying to duke it out here with the likes of DIC Gaming, but it looks as though they're facing the worst off of this engagement. And now it looks like Haisaki getting into a bit of a higher spot. He's going to prime the nade here. Not going to quite reach his target, as Shin Ryuji here going to still be on the compound, but he still has Mr. Chan, who's going to be a little bit closer. But Basil finally going to get a good vision here on top of the hill, and now they can start to tighten the noose here as they're starting to approach the compound and see if they're going to finish off the likes of Bahamut Gaming.
Bahamut Gaming right now losing another member in Mr. Chan, with one more member bleeding out, and it could be very interesting indeed, as members of the Vietnamese squad of Cerberus Esports are going to be pushing off towards members of Bahamut Gaming. Bahamut Gaming right now trying to get as much boost as they can, as Shin Ryuji, as well as his other surviving teammate, is going to try to develop a game plan here as towards trying to handle the push that is coming. The inevitable push that is coming from the side of Cerberus. Cerberus right now, living up to their name with the ruthlessness of a Cerberus, is definitely going to show a lot of pressure to his members of Bahamut Gaming. As we can see, Basil right now trying to get as much of his itemization all done, get his stuff kitted out as much as he can, and it is going to either bug out or maybe try to move to his cover, as Haisaki is giving as much information as he can. Very good choice here coming in from the side of Haisaki to try to eliminate the logistical opportunities from the side of Bahamut Gaming, putting them in a very, very interesting spot.
Yeah, very good decision making there. As right now it's closing the end of phase number 1, so they kind of feel that the fight is really not worth finishing there, as it offers just too many things that can go wrong there. In the meantime, Astra here is going to be picking up their second kill of the game, as Linksy is going to get his second, in fact, as well. Both coming from him to prop up the team just a little bit more. And Astra, I think they've been kind of languishing in the bottom half of all our results so far for the 4 matches. So they really need to try and see if they can get a little bit more going. The most promising round today, of course, is the very first one. They did manage to get 9 kills and 8th place in that one. But yeah, they need to try and do a bit more. But look at the zone. It's going to be a little bit favorable for the teams. It's still going to cover all of the land. And oh no, 6 red. You're going to be missing out, man. But it looks as though he has got his sights set on a little bit more important stuff. But see whether or not his teammate wants to try and oblige.
Well, I don't know whether or not that could be on the menu here, because judging from the lack of information that they have, I do believe that they want to mitigate the risk, and I do believe that regardless of the amount of weaponry that you have, you can be kitted up to the teeth if you do not have the proper positioning and you do not prioritize the positioning, all the equipment in the world is going to matter for naught. So we do see that Maudi is going to be moving on to a very interesting location here, as they do have 4 members, Jet, Gakon, Ngoktan, as well as Top 1 Sever, are going to be holding on towards this particular compound, which I do believe is pretty much near to Minas Generalis and Junkyard, which does give a very interesting avenue for long-range sidelines. And I do believe that there is an opportunity for the side of Maudi to get some of these shots and act as a toll guard, basically, for passing teams, provided that they do not bite off more than they could choose. Some shots do not require to be taken, and sometimes it's the best idea to just let people pass through and just put a mental note in it to know that ahead, people just passed us. We have to be very wary on how we want to approach some of these games, some of these fights.
Yeah, the intel gathering is definitely going to be one that these players need to continue to practice at the highest level of proficiency. But now looking at the shots coming out, Basil trying to see, can he catch Spit? Not able to deal any point of damage to him, as he's going to continue moving onwards. As Q confirmed, little did they know that that was going to be the second place team. Now, Cerberus, they did start in 4th position, but after getting those 2 kills, they're going to be able to leapfrog both Bury Rum United and Golden Cat. So they need to put in a really good round. We haven't seen a lot of points coming out from Cerberus today. They managed to get kills here and there. But apart from getting, I think in the second game, they did manage to do a little bit better, but we need to see more of that. Q Confirmed is getting solid results every single round, and really putting things out of reach. But now looking at the shots here, DIC Gaming only has Anquan, but this is, again, whether he should actually be opening up. And actually, it's going to be quite good for him if he does decide, as there's no one else around to support the lone Eagle Sentinel shooter player. But he's, again, going to be exercising good trigger discipline at the moment because he doesn't have the full picture of information. But Anquan is going to be corralled here by the blue zone anyways. But at the saving grace here is that he's just not going to be tanking quite so much damage. And he's going to be waiting for the perfect moment. Lands 2 shots in quick succession. And he's going to be moving up, finish off what his SLR has started. And now it looks like Gearbox crashing into the compound as the likes of Carnage have to try and repel this attack.
All right, very good, very well done there, coming in from the team of Anquan. But you do see that Gearbox right now looking towards putting some members down for the count here. Nicely done coming in from Gearbox, as they will be able to take that building with a relative ease, to the dismay of the enemy team that they pushed on. However, we are going to be switching over towards some of the big rotation that's coming in. Some motorbikes as well as vehicles are going to sense a little bit of urgency and take a little bit of fire here, as DIC Gaming will be the first team to be eliminated in this round, in this match, excuse me. So match number 5 has already shown that DIC Gaming will be relegated to the lobby, as we are going to be watching Divine Esports Anamsi take some shots against the Indonesian standout team of Eagle Sentinel Shooter. And we do see that as well. The Australian team are going to be getting overlapping and enveloping fire from both sides here, as they are trying to move up. Fury right now may sense a little bit of urgency here, as they are going to be pushing on towards the side of MSC. MSC right now immediately realizes what's happening and decides to just work towards getting better positioning and try to push members of Fury while they are not ready. So they've got to be careful that members of Fury do not catch members of MSA pushing onto them while they are trying to catch members of Fury with their hands, with their pants down relatively.
Yeah, and this could make for some gritty fighting here, as La Bandita Crater is always one for teams to be cautious about, but there is still going to be, out of necessity, 2 teams duking out here. And now we can already see that Fury Australia starting to gather intel, but Inside going to tank one big shot there. And he's going to be okay for the time being, but Fury Australia is starting to pull the full picture together of the positioning of the Thai team. But for the most part, they're going to be standing off right now. There's not really a huge need for them to try and be too aggressive. The likes of Eagle Sentinel Shooter, they're going to continue rotating all the way around on this western side. It's not going to be moving all too fast, and they're going to try and use that to their advantage as much as possible. And actually going to be a little bit further away from what Divine Esports was trying to do, but they're still going to be trying to peg some shots there, as Vandal 9 continues onwards. Mind you, they did lose one player earlier on to Anquan, the sole surviving member of DIC Gaming. But again, another case where they're not going to really worry too much about that. But oh no, Monty, he is the sole surviving team member for Carnage though, but he's spotted out here by Buriram United. His cover has totally rolled away from him and left him to fend for himself against the likes of the Thai team. And that's going to be it here. And Team Carnage is going to have to go back to the drawing board and think how they want to change things up for match day number 3.
All right, so there is going to be quite a bit of changes here, as we have predicted. There is going to be a messy fight here coming in from the side of MST, and you see that Insight was able to get taken down from the side of Ishin Munburi. Another nade there being tossed up, but you do see that Ronan does actually give out quite a bit of return fire. What I do like to see is Ronan actually using his prone button really, really well and try to get as much clearance as he can and get closer towards Terrathon, but it could be detrimental towards him, as we do see some of these shots coming in for us, Jank 2 off. We do see that there are 2 members on the side of MSC holding on to this. Very nicely done there, coming in from the side of Roster Jr. to be able to just take that shot onto Ronan. But it does show that the push is open towards him. Got to be careful though. Some good shots there coming in. Oh, Roster Jr. rather brave and rather reckless with that kind of a shot there, revealing so much of himself to go for that one tap.
Yeah, so the M2 4-shot just not connecting there, but he had the opportunity. But he could have actually waited for that lone player lying prone on the ground, but yeah, I didn't go for that. But now Yushi Mamburi here is trying to get more information here from the fuselage of the plane. Not really happening, as Fury actually starting to make their rotations as they want to get into a little bit of a better spot, as now Lembedita Crater could get very spicy indeed. All teams starting to converge on this position after Phase 4 revealed itself not too long ago. Buriram United moving in from the zone, but now it's going to be the Indonesians of Victim Rise. They are going to be able to spot them out here. Not going to be able to land too much. Oh, some shots onto the motorbike player there, but not able to do that much more. Q confirmed, also going to be here on that northeastern side of the crater. But now Joeman going to try and repel the attackers. They're crashing right into his little shack here. Pops a nade off on one side. He's going to go all the way around the side. Gem Spit are both going to be able to get the first picks here in this team fight. Chimoy, though, is coming along. He's stealing the kills, finishing off Eddie and Konaxi. Another nade pops out from Joeman as he plays Ring around the Rosie. God Meow, he's not going to be able to evade that so much, but he takes a massive chunk of damage. Chimoy, though, will be able to get the finishing touches, and Joeman really has to thank the third party for that one.
Yeah, definitely. It seems that the third party definitely worked out for the side of Joeman, but he's got to be very, very careful that he doesn't get caught by other members of the third party that is about to envelop onto him. So we do see that there is going to be quite a bit of interesting approaches here, interesting advancements coming in from the side of Gearbox. Day Trade right now holding on to the inside, holding on to its Urban Fire, whereas Gearbox as well as members of Golden Cat are pushing down from the high ground. So it does have to add a little bit of urgency towards members of Gearbox as well as Day Trade. Day Trade can't stay there for too long. It does limit the amount of angles that they are going to be able to take onto the side of Golden Cats. So I do believe that Divine is going to be fighting off against members of E365, which is an Eagle Sandler shooter. Very nice flash there being thrown. I do believe that there needs to be a bit of a push coming in from Vandal or other members, but we do see Entry Fragger right now more concerned with pushing towards his team. So Divine right now taking in a little bit of damage here, but the Return Fire coming in from the side of Turtle will be able to take it away, but walks away with only 4 HP. We do see some of these shots going out towards Basil right now from the side of Cerebrus Esports, as we do see fights going on left, right, center, back. I see that Svit now taking a little bit too much damage and is dangerously low. Gems as well as one more member from the side of QT is really down for the count. We do see that Cerebrus Esports as well does suffer one member down for the count as well. Will there be a confirmed casualty? Oh my goodness gracious me. And you see that QC right now, one surviving member. How will they be able to salvage this heck of a situation that they have put themselves in, Jay?
They are being absolutely sandwiched there, and Cerberus, knowing who they're fighting, they're going to be absolutely fired up that they want to try and finish this. But Victim Rise is here, making things difficult. They're not going to let them claim all the kills here. Basil is going to get finished off there by Genfos, as now Svit is going to be the last surviving member. Victim Rise having a great game, 6 kills on the board. They still have all 4 members looking nice and healthy, as Zico, One, and Subang going to have to back up just a little bit and rethink how they want to try and fight this. Remember, this is all precarious here on the Crater side of things here, but looks like Nikki will be able to finish things there on the western side, as they're going to take out the remaining members there from Eagle Sentinel Shooter. But now Zico and Subang are falling down. They are going to start having very big disadvantage fighting this high ground. Haisaki is going to be all the way in the back, but I'm not sure what he's going to be able to do. All the nades here that are surely coming is going to be absolutely devastating, coming out from the side of Victim Rise.
The good shots that are coming in from the side of Victim Rise. You see that the Indonesian team has been able to secure a total of 6 eliminations in total, as we see that members of Cerberus right now throwing nades, throwing everything in their capabilities there towards members of Victim Rise. Victim Rise right now trying their best to heal up as much as they can. Chi is definitely very low in this particular situation, so he needs to heal up and try to get back into the fight. As we are watching from some of these other teams there could be a possibility of a third party if they're not careful, because MSC is actually moving up towards members of towards Victim Rise as well. We do see that Cerberus right now throwing up some of those nades towards members of Victim Rise. We do see that they are adding a little bit of urgency to the step. There's a really good shot there coming in from Genfos, but will not be able to punish Haisaki to a point where he is going to be down for the count. But look at that, Svit, sneaky. He does hear the sound cues, and you think that this could be an opportunity for him to actually just look at that super stealth as it is. One has been taken down, first bang from the side of Cerberus, and he sees that he's spotted out Haisaki. Haisaki sees him, and it seems that Q confirm has been taken down for the count here. 12th spot, and as it's seen historically for the entirety of about 10 games in total, it is the curse of Q confirm at Miramar, where they are eliminated early. If this keeps up and more of the second and third place teams actually put pressure onto Q confirm early on, this could spell trouble for the current kings of the overall leaderboards. Jay.
Yeah, so now this is going to open the game up a little bit. Cerberus, though, not in a great position to pull out a big win. They are already reduced down to half their squad strength. Golden Cat, though, still going to be featuring here in this game, though, and they are currently sitting in that 3rd position with 77 points. So this could definitely work in their favor if they play their cards right. But now Victim Rise, now they have had quite a bit of a game here. This could be exactly what they need to really vault them up the bottom standings here, as they're still going to have that high squad strength and the 6 kills to work with. Day Trade Gaming is going to be at odds here with the likes of Golden Cat, and also they have the Gearbox to worry about as well. They're going to be a bit further north, and that's preventing them from getting inside the zone. But Bamboo Gaming moving into Cerberus Esports, and Haisaki is going to be the first to fall. Zico holding the angle here at the base of the stairs as he's looking to try and get a bit more advantage going back in his way in this 1v2, but Haisaki, he's going to be out for it. Don't think that there's going to be anything that he can do to save him. But looking at the positioning here, they are following one after another. He's only left with AHB, my boy, and Ryuji here are chasing him all around. And looking at the molly, it's going off around the side. Might be able to catch him out there. And Zico is going to be healing up just a little bit more while he tries to bide his time and see if he can get back a little bit of revenge here onto the Bamut Gaming players.
Shinji right now blinded, as well as my boy. 2 surviving members for the side of Bahamut Gaming may actually push out towards the members of Cerberus. Zigo right now trying his best to actually minimize the amount of risk that he is taking, and we do see members of Fury right now. Yukikamuka will be able to take LC-115G with some really good shots on the wing plane here, and we do see Inside right now with the Inside that he has being able to take down one member of the side of Victim Rise. As we do see now, Bahamut Gaming will have to put their hopes of a second winner chicken dinner and Miramar down for the count here, as they are going to be relegated to the lobby. So definitely a big blow towards Filipino pride right there. However, we do see that the Indonesians as well, the Indonesian team of Victim Rise, as well as the Thai team of MSC Theraton, Roster Jr. right now being able to take down a good headshot onto the side of Gearbox Jen. Beautifully done, but he's got to be careful that he does not expose himself to Kamals, who is waiting inside the dilapidated house that is going to serve as a cover for him and may actually open up a situation where he is able to catch one of these members down with unprepared.
Kamals is absolutely going to be enveloped here pretty soon by MSC Theraton, as it seems as though the MSC Theraton and Fury Australia just don't want to leave Labandita at all. They are been here for quite some time already in this match. We're only we're already at the 25-minute mark, and these guys are going to have to move out here pretty soon. Zone has shifted all the way over to the western side, but again, it's who disengages first, who blinks first, as this could be a little bit awkward. You can already see MSC Theraton planning their escape. They're already priming a lot of these smoke grenades to block the line of sight, but in the center of the circle, you're still going to have Maugi, who are going to be able to fire on anyone who's coming out of that La Bandita crater. But look at Gearbox, they are ready to unload, but looks like the counter punch there is coming strong here for Ronan. He's going to be able to open up a little bit of avenue here for Fury Australia. It's not going to be a lot, though, as the rest of Gearbox still popping up over the top, but YE also going down to Kikamukau. And now, Fury Australia, they've opened things up here, and Jen has to make a decision. Does he try and save his team members, or he tries to repel the attackers? He takes on Joxy, but looks like the rest of Fury Australia is going to pop up over the top here, and now they're going to be able to get through the entirety of Gearbox.
Very, very unfortunate they're coming in for Gearbox, being eliminated number 9 in this entire matchup, as we do see 8 TC21 alive. As we see, there is going to be an element of chaos here as we see more and more teams equally populate this this final few circles, and we do see the density of the population here is definitely going to be deafening, as more and more aggression from all sides is going to play out, as more and more Astro right now gets taken down from the side of Daytrade Gaming. Very unfortunate here, and a very wise choice from the Thai team of Daytrade Gaming to be able to take advantage of those small little shots there. Cerberus Esports taken down at 5th spot. We do see now that there is an interesting aspect here, as Divine, MSC, Daytrade will be one of the few surviving teams to be able to fight this out. MSC as well, slightly in the middle with Maugi slightly in the middle of it. They may actually benefit from being in the middle of this. However, could be a little bit dangerous for them, considering how spread out everyone is in this circle. What do you think about these final few circles, Jay?
This is absolutely dynamic, and it's going to be really a testament to each of these respective teams, whether they're able to account for all the variables here, as there are so many right now. As Daytrade, look at the spacing that they have. They're going to have quite a number of angles available to them, and they already have managed to mark some of their territory, but they're very much on the periphery, but at the very least, they do have some elevation to work with here. So there is still going to be the likes of Divine that could have a very big say. They also managed to get a little bit of an aerial view over the surrounding area. Maugi, of course, they're quite central, but again, they got teams on all sides, so it could be absolutely difficult for them to try and work with that. MSC Theraton, they're just a bit too narrow. They're right now taking a lot of fire here, running right into the guns here of the Daytrade Gaming players. Vanotica, he's going to be all the way up, right in the faces there, but it depends whether or not he can actually do anything about it. Maugi also unloading here on the MSC Theraton, and in just a flash there, it seems as though they are getting absolutely annihilated here from this combination coming out from both Divine, Daytrade, and also Maugi Esports.
Well, we do see now coming in from all of them, we see the MSC Theraton will have the detriment of having only one member alive, but we've seen Bahama Gaming being able to turn it around with a detrimental with a numbers disadvantage. We do see that Maugi is definitely enjoying the 4-man full squad numbers, whereas Divine as well as Daytrade are going to be enjoying 3 members respectively on their squads. So it is going to be interesting indeed that members of MSC, last surviving member of MSC Theraton has quite a bit of work cut out for him if he wants to try to stay and win. And not to say stay and win, if he's trying to steal this winner chicken dinner away from everybody, but it seems that it is not going to be enough, as Rusted Jr. will be eliminated from this matchup. As we see, it's going to be a 3v3v4 fight out here with 3 teams on the map.
And right now, this could be the win that any of these teams needs to be able to catapult themselves up the standings. And by God, all of them could really use some solid points on the board. And they all look as though they're contributing quite a bit in terms of kills. But it looks like Namsi is the first to go down here, as Divine looking to pick up their member in their 3-man squad. Daytrade also having 3 people on the board. Maugi will be the strongest in terms of sheer numbers, but they're going to be all the way down here on the low ground. And it's going to be the team coming out from this meat grinder battle that we see here on the high ground that will have to try and dictate the pace. But if they don't finish off sequence of events that is taking place right now, they're going to be the ones who are going to be at a disadvantage. If Maugi can just clean up whoever it is, the nade coming in, Gakken is going to be able to take down Namsi. Turtle follows suit here with the Molotov, burning him alive here. And now looks like Daytrade also trying to take advantage of the situation. Divine here is going to get completely grinded out, but Vanautica not able to get through. Maugi cleans up house there, as they're going to be able to finish off the remaining members there from Daytrade Gaming.
And that was a beautiful, beautiful one coming in from the side of Maugdi. It seems that the Vietnamese team of Maugdi were able to actually score one big winner chicken dinner from themselves. And it seems that Miramar is a rather interesting standout map, isn't it? We do see that the consistency seems to run out of the window every time we go into the sand dunes of Miramar. And I guess it does play into the fact that Miramar as a map tends to give a lot of emphasis onto good positionings and just being at the right place at the right time. If you lose out on tempo, if you lose out on the opportunity for you to get some really good real estate, then it is going to be very revealing in terms of where your placements are towards the final few stages of the game. And I feel that that is something that a lot of the teams struggle with. Erangel tends to be a little bit more forgiving in that aspect, whereby you can make rotational mistakes and you still be able to work it out, mainly because of the terrain and how it actually works out for some of these players. But Miramar, not the same level of forgiveness compared to Erangel. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, and the inconsistency is there to behold by everyone watching, right? I mean, looking at this, you know, even the mighty will fall. Q confirmed, just not able to also take into account all of the variables that we're seeing coming out here in this tournament. So that's always proving to be a very decisive factor in how the storyline is going to be unfolding. And now let's take a look here, ladies and gentlemen, here at how the results fared after we saw everything unfold before us. Maugi Esports going to be really happy with this performance. They're going to finish off day number 2 nice and strong. 17 points on the board on the back of 7 kills. And Daytrade and Divine both going to get 8 kills as well, as all 3 teams really sticking it out towards the end and really putting in a shift to really bring it to the competition. Fury Australia, they're going to have a second successive good result here, and that is going to help them move into the top half of the table if they can. They were on the periphery before, so we'll see in just a bit how that turned out. Astra, this is a good result from them. We haven't seen a whole lot from them except for the very first match, so they're going to be pretty happy with getting that 7 points. Cerberus, they're going to be disappointed, I feel, especially since they were quite influential in actually making sure that Q Confirm wasn't going to make it through into the later stages. But by the time that Q Confirm got completely wiped out, they only had 2 players left, and they really just struggled to get anything going. MSC Theathon, I don't know what they need to do. They can get into the later stages of the game with high number of players, either 3 or 4, but when it comes down to these crucial team fights, they never seem to be able to take them. So it's I'm not sure what they have to change up there. They have to try and maybe be a little bit more aggressive to take an earlier key position that will enable them in the later stages. And Victim Rise, just a solid game overall. and we did see them have some great fighting against the likes of Q Confirm, and even able to make sure Cerberus was running scared.
And that's the thing that I feel that the upper half of the bracket for the match leaderboards were rather interesting indeed, because we did see some of the bottom half of the brackets being able to score some really interesting points. And looking at the bottom half, Gearbox, Q Confirm, which is always which is not very surprising to see them in the bottom half of the match leaderboards, especially when it's at Miramar. Bahamut Gaming, rather disappointing for them to not be able to realize their second win of the evening for themselves at Miramar. Buriram United has had a little bit of a struggle here heading into matches 4 and 5 of day number 2. DIC Gaming, Eagle Sentinel Shooter, as well as Golden Cat and Carnage make up for our lower half of the leaderboards. Let's take a look at the overall leaderboards. And Jay, why don't you break it down for us and see what the story is for all of these teams?
So right now, it seems as though that Q Confirm is going to continue to maintain a substantial lead as we close out match day number 2. A lot of things for people to think about in terms of how they want to try and change things up, because they're going to have to really put in quite a number of changes if they want to try and achieve a higher points total to try and contest what Q Confirm has been able to achieve. Cerberus Esports, I can't help but feel this is a kind of a write-off day for them. Now, they are still in second position. They managed to get a few more kills going in the match number 5, but I can't help but feel that this is really not good enough for them. You know, they are looking to try and win at the APAC stage, and to have this much of a points gap at this stage, it's not insurmountable, but definitely something that they want to try and do better. Golden Cat, Buriram United. Golden Cat, they've been putting in the solid points. That's why they are in third position. But I mean, we haven't seen a huge blowout performance, but at the very least, they're still able to get that measure of consistency going here. Buriram United, though, they were much further down the standings, and after the win that they managed to get in the last round of Erangel, that definitely put them in good stead here, and now they are just within a fraction of getting into that second position that they almost found themselves in a little bit early on. Melgate Esports, they're looking pretty good, solidifying that position in fifth after getting the 17 points that we saw just now, but they're just going to be just outside those upper echelons that they need to try and overcome in the form of Golden Cat and Buriram United. Day Trade, Divine, MSC Therathon, they're going to round out the top 8 here, but looking at this Therathon, they've done well to get back into the top 8, but I don't know, they're missing something from their late game, as we were talking just now. Divine, though, this is good from them. They had a chance to really take it in that match number 5, but again, they're also missing something, and at the very least, they're finishing day number 2 on the stronger note.
And as we look at it, Fury, Astra, DIC Gaming, Bahamut Gaming, Gearbox, Carnage, Victimize, and Eagle Sentinel Shooter are going to be our team on the lower half of the brackets. Fury did have quite a bit of an interesting matchup here today. I did not like the fact that they were rather inconsistent. Astra as well, a little bit better than they did yesterday. However, some of the other teams as well were very much aggressive in some of their showings. Big ups for DIC Gaming winning their first chicken dinner, winning 1 chicken dinner as well. Bahamut Gaming with 2 chicken dinners thus far. 2 chicken dinners thus far, yes. And what is interesting about it is that the Filipino teams are actually trying to claw their way higher and higher up, but it seems that the other teams are getting a little bit more aggressive as the game progresses. It seems that the cadence as well as the overall pacing of the matches tend to be in favor for some of the more quicker paced teams that have this breakneck, that operate at a breakneck speed, such as Q Confirm, Buriram United when they really are on form, and Cerberus Esports. However, we do see that some of the other teams are lagging behind in terms of being able to catch up with that cadence. When we look at Gearbox, Carnage, Victimize, as well as the Eagle Sentinel Shooters, it has been a rather lackluster day for them today. However, we do believe that adaptation as well as the rest may actually benefit them over the next few days, whereby, I mean, they have a lot of days to actually review whatever
footage that we have over the live streams of the 2 days that have passed by. So I do believe that that could benefit them in terms of changing up their styles or basically recognizing some of these trends that some of these teams actually implement into their game style, and whether or not that could actually give them a big win, we'll have to wait and see until day number 3.
And there's actually going to be quite a bit of time here between now and day number 3, and that definitely gives these teams even more time than we had between match day number 1 and 2, where there's only 2 nights to really go to the drawing board and think how they want to change. And looking at the good performers, again, like we were talking about earlier on, they just have to make sure that they don't rest too much on their laurels, and they put in the work and they maintain that level of focus, even though it's a lot more of a gap in time than what they are normally accustomed to when it comes to tournaments like these. So Q Confirm definitely will be the ones to try and replicate in terms of the level of success that we're seeing coming out from this particular tournament meta. And I think looking at this, I'm really looking at how there's going to be more Miramar maps as well in next week's play, as we're going to be starting to shift to 3 Miramar and 2 Erangel per match day 3 and match day 4. So I think with that in mind, and Nick, we talk about how the level of unpredictability of Miramar is an absolute well, I would call it a joy to watch, as we can see that no team can really preside over each other. So what do you expect the most coming out from more of these Miramar rounds? Are we going to start to see a little bit of consistency arising from these teams, or are we going to be consistently inconsistent?
I think we're going to be consistently inconsistent. I feel like Miramar is a box where we have all of these statistics and all of these predictions, and the box gets shaped very violently, and it's going to affect the entire leaderboards. And I feel that that is just conducive towards a very interesting overall match leaderboard. However, I do hope that the lower tier, not to say lower tier teams, the lower half of the overall leaderboards actually take advantage of this unpredictability and try to mess up the upper side, the upper echelons of the match of the overall leaderboards, because there's a lot of opportunity to play the spoiler here. And even if you don't end up winning that big trophy or winning that first class ticket all the way to the global championships, you will always be known as the team that spoiled the dreams of whatever team that was aiming for that first spot. So I'm actually looking forward to most moments like that, and I feel that we're just touching the surface, and I feel that teams are starting to get to know each other a little bit better, and it's only a matter of time before we see even more off-the-wall plays.
Yeah, I think when we get towards the business end, we're going to be seeing some of the best plays coming out there. The teams that have been getting the results, they're going to be sweating under the collar just a little bit, and the other teams, we're going to be able to see the full breadth of what they're going to be able to do. And I think the likes of Q Confirm, they have to watch out for the pack that is currently chasing them. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are about running to a close here for our broadcast for match day number 2 for the APAC PCS1. And I think we've been having 2 awesome match days so far this week. Nick, any last words here before we bid our viewers farewell?
I don't have that much of words, except thank you guys very much for joining us from start to finish. For those of you guys who watched from the start to the end, we really appreciate you, because we can't spell fun without you. And until then, I guess that's it from me. Jay, what about you?
Well, I think for me, I just like to thank PUBG Corporation, and of course, this is all brought to you together. This broadcast is brought to you by Geek Events, so big props to them and everything for making all of this happen. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to bid you farewell. Hope that you have a fantastic rest of the weekend that's available there. And Nick and I, the Play of the J, we will see you later on.